Kennedy. I was 4 years old when Kennedy died. I remember watching his funeral. Gerald Ford. Did you get to something? Yeah. Keep them in my bag. Thank you.
Just for residents, just a reminder to make sure all your cell phones are off or on vibrate. Same thing with council and city staff. Please make sure all of your cell phones are off or on vibrate. We will start shortly here. We're just having some technical difficulties.
Go to lease deal
The time is now 4:54 p.m. on Monday, January 13th. I call the Special Affairs Committee meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamy?
Present.
Ms. Lewis is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns? Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Present. Mr. Jarrett is not in.
How are you? Like that early.
You have 6 members present.
We have 6 members present. It's now time for the reading of the disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
We are having someone who is on the phone who is disrupting this meeting.
Thank you. Disorderly persons and will be subject to arrest. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of the Flint City Code Section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from meetings. Are there any requests for agenda changes and/or additions? Seeing as how there are none, we will now move on to public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the city council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. A box will be placed at the entrance of the council chambers for collection of registrations. No additional speaker or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only 1 speaking opportunity per speaker. First public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The first speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Good evening, Council. I'm R.L. Mitchell. I live at 751. Man, must be my old age coming. I can't think of my own address. 759 East Linden Avenue in Flint. Okay. I want to talk about the situation over on St. John Street. I used to live over on St. John Street, and we got a park building over there, and now the dope boys then claim they got to be 1,000 feet from the park. All I remember was the park. That was General Motors program, parking them cars. They never did park the cars. They always, when they built them, they just rolled out right by school, Fairview. But I'm saying this to tell the dope boy, see, the dope boys got a way of, they tried to jump on Mr. Pfeiffer the other day. They did all that stuff, they legalized their program, but they didn't want to, Mr. Pfeiffer said, next time you bought the property, get him the paper. He said, no, we don't think so. The dark ones spoke up. But then he's cut it off. And then, but I want to say, I remember when I was over on St. John, the snow was about 1 foot deep. And the woman made me some ice cream, but you got to sweep the General Motors smoke off the top of it, some homemade ice cream. That was the Winter Wonderland place, like Harry Potter. Like what I say, when you can go down there and go all the way down to Industrial, and then they make they run that was a black dynasty right there, but now they trying to put the dope boys in there. They got making all them billions of dollars, bought it for $3 million in a 4 foot of acres, and the people of the Flint and General Motors just left out of here because they promised them 100 years. And we had everything. We had a gas station, black owned, and I would have said darky, but every time I say darky, they be thinking I'm talking, or the president said, anyway, I'm so excited because we getting business in this city, but now the dope boys got to figure out a way to protect their dope situation. They give me these dudes, they act like the whole St. John area is protected by the dopies, like Detroit boys coming in and introduced that Funny County Heron a long time ago, and they ran them out after, and now the fireman talking about we terrorists and trying to make the Sixth Ward look like, and he went to the media and made his own self look bad, and because he can't get but he's the fire chief, he do the best he can to make our fire station look as good as the people's on the outside of Flint. But stay tuned, America, and stay tuned and see what we're doing. All right.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Phil Schultz.
Thank you. I'm Phil Schultz, 14144 Moffett in Fenton, and also an apartment in downtown Flint. I come here every couple of years when there's a turnover in city council people to tell you about the best kept secret in town, and that's the Flint Diaper Bank. In 2012, my wife and I decided to start the Flint Diaper Bank. In the last 13 years, we've provided 14 million diapers free of charge to the Flint community. Last year, in 2023, it was 1.2 million. This last year in 2024 was 1.3, and literally tomorrow we're dropping off another 400,000 diapers to the Food Bank of Eastern Michigan to the cost of $52,000. The important thing here is it costs the people that receive the diapers absolutely zero. Matter of fact, our company pays not one dime. We don't even pay for our bank account. We've had the bank, the CPA, the legal firm, everybody to avoid all costs. You give me 13 cents, I put a diaper on the street. The things that I found out about diapers that we think about and we don't know about, to be a little graphic, is we know today that somebody is literally taking a diaper, pinning it to the clothesline, and either shaking out or drying it out because of diapers. There's not a federal or state subsidy that will help you with diapers. We provide 1.3 million. The need in the city of Flint and the Genesee County community is 14 million a year. All we're doing is about 10% of that. Remember, we're not charging one dime. The problem with not having diapers is impetigo, disease, infection, and the one thing that people don't talk about is what happens when a baby cries a lot, head shake. There's a direct correlation between lack of diapers and head shake, and that obviously is a problem for kids. We're funded by private dollars, by grants, and by our fundraiser. My two partners in crime, which are basically the board members, are Angie Hendershaw for Channel 12 and Cheryl Sclatter from Elga Credit Union, Elga Foundation now. We're delivered through the Food Bank of Eastern Michigan at absolutely no charge. We can be reached through theflintdiaperbank.org or through Facebook. If somebody gets me a messenger through Facebook, of which I received 2 over the weekend, I get with that person and I line them up with somebody from the food bank that they can go to one of the 74 agencies in Genesee County to be able to receive the diapers. Actually, what they do is they go and they get this package of 25. And what they do is they tell us what size they need, whether it's newborn through 6, and then we provide them with as many as they need as we can until we run out. My wife and I started funding it. We're funding it when we need to. If there's funds, we don't, but my wife and I are the backstop if they run out of funds. Right now, we haven't run out of funds because the grants, personal giving, and the fundraiser through our diaper drive, which will happen in second week in May, has provided the funds so far that we can be ahead of the game. Normally, in 1 year, it's $152,000 in cost. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Rich Jones.
How y'all doing today? First thing I want to talk about is my version of pancakes. One of them is when you are in a particular circle and you attack an individual and then you fall out with a couple of people in that circle and then you stay in with the person that you was attacking for 2 years. Another pancake is when an elected official help you get signatures to get on the ballot and then campaign for you, then you win an election and you vote to suspend him and you vote to take his presidency from him. That's just 2 examples of pancakes. Now, let's talk about St. Mark's. Do whatever y'all gotta do to immediately fund them. Just that simple. It's residents from the 1st Ward, 2nd Ward, 3rd Ward, 4th Ward, 5th Ward, and I don't know about the 6th Ward. Yes, some in the 7th Ward, and some is also in the 8th Ward, and I don't think maybe the people in the 9th Ward may be going to the one that's a little bit closer to them. But all those other wards, because I'm one of the people that goes out there and pass out food, and they are there. Now let's talk about the messenger. And what I mean by that is, it's a lot of opportunities to do great things in this city. But instead of doing those great things, you hate on the messenger. And in the process, we lose homes, we lose lives. We get misrepresented. Now let's talk about Rayvon. I will have petitions, and it's 20 signatures per petition. I need 200 people, including all of y'all, even the ones that don't like me. Just if we can't stand each other, we can still stand together on something that needs to be done. Flint needs to make a statement when it comes to our kids getting shot in the back. So I'm finna leave here today and pick up those petitions, and I'll be letting y'all know when y'all can get a hold of me, and all I need y'all to do is pick up one, and everybody can sign it. If they can comprehend, they can sign it. All they gotta do is be a citizen of Flint. Thank you.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Beverly Biggs Levy.
Hi, my name is Beverly Biggs Levy. I want to thank you, Leon, for having that trash picked up on Philadelphia Street and trying to get somebody to board that building up. They have not did it at this as of today, but it's important that we try to check on that 3rd Ward. It's a lot of things need to be done over there. There's 4 of us running, but nobody ever talks about what needs to be done. And that's so important. The people need to see somebody concerned about that 3rd Ward. That's very important. And I'm like Rich. I don't go along with what he say, but when it comes to St. Mark, we all need to help out. Pastor Thompson, been here for a long time. I've been knowing him ever since he was a kid. And they feed somebody every Wednesday, every other Wednesday, no matter what. What he's acting for, I don't know, and I really don't care. But we should support that pastor and his church. So that's all I have to say. Have a blessed day.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk. Mr. Jones, please stop yelling out.
The next speaker is Treadale Kennedy.
Treadale Kennedy, 3218 Emerson Street, Flint, Michigan. I'm going to be, I guess, at some point, sworn in to be a commissioner for the Housing Commission. So I was coming in here today to introduce myself. I've been working with veterans in Genesee County since 2010. I won the American Legion Homeless Outreach Award in 2013. We had a facility at Insight Institute of Neuroscience and Neurology in 2014. Subsequently had to close because of COVID. We're back open now, and we're servicing veterans in Genesee County. it is exciting to see that a lot of veterans that are present, past, and future have been, for lack of a better word, misrepresented in Genesee County. But I swear to you now that that is going to change. Being a person of valor, myself, 13-year veteran of the United States Army, I want to ensure that if put in that position at the Housing Commission, I will make sure that our veterans will have a representation as far as HUD-VASH vouchers in Genesee County. And I don't know if the council is aware of what a HUD-VASH voucher is. But that's a voucher that is a veteran if they're indigent, excuse me, they have an opportunity to go through HUD to get representation so that they can receive housing in the state of Michigan or in Genesee County that can be taken with them wherever they go. So, and it's through Section 8. So the important thing for me today is to introduce myself into the council and let you guys know that I'm going to be trying to represent, if ever sworn in. I know there may be some complications or whatever delays that are going on right now may be happening, but I've been here since 2010. I'm a lifelong resident of Michigan, 13 years in the military. And I'm excited to be in a position to be able to represent our city, our state in a fashion that will give representation to the veterans of Genesee County. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The final speaker for this meeting is Arthur Woodson.
Good evening, Arthur Woodson. Y'all have an ordinance on here, housing ordinance. It's a lot of things in here that doesn't make sense, like a felon, any conviction for violent or drug-related felonies. What if it was marijuana? Got locked up for marijuana. That exclude anyone for marijuana. Then conviction for felonies committed within the last 10 years or imprisonment for felonies within the last 5 years. That's a long time. I mean, 10 years? That's a long time. Some of the veterans didn't know this was on the agenda last week, and I spoke to someone like Jalil Bay. He wants to be able to come over and speak on this, and some other felons. So we are asking that you send this back to the committee where it was so it can give us enough time to read over it and speak on it. I don't know if you all know, but kidney disease and cardiovascular disease is on the rise. And we are not doing anything about the chemicals that they are putting in the water, and it's extra. So Detroit, GLEWA, sends out 1 milligram per liter of orthophosphate. We were putting in 3 milligrams, adding 3 milligrams per liter of orthophosphate. They say Detroit getting ready to lower it, but Flint is going to lower theirs also to still be able to put 4 milligrams per liter in, or 3.5, whichever one it is high. ATSDR, which is the Agency of Toxic Substance Disease Registry, they say that excessive orthophosphate causes kidney failure, kidney disease, and cardiovascular disease. In the state of Michigan, is at 3.1. Here in the city of Flint is at 8.4 of people with kidney disease. When did this start? Did it start because of the orthophosphates that's in the water? Does the filter remove orthophosphates? These are some of the questions that council should be calling CDC MDHHS, everybody up here, because they started adding all these different chemicals in 2016. What is the health effect that we have now after 11 years with all these different chemicals being added to our water? Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
That was the last speaker.
Seeing as how that was the last public speaker, it is now time for council response. Council members may respond once to all public speakers only after all public speakers have spoken. An individual council member's response shall be limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone who would like the floor during council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
Thank you. Mr. Tredell Kennedy, I am glad to see you here, although I know you through my sister, Sherry Harrison, and you actually had a business across the hall from mine when I started my business in the Benegre, the ADT dealership. I appreciate that you taking your time and speaking. I hope, I don't know where you're at, I'm just now going through my agenda, that you're here so that people can see. You do great things in this community, and you have a large footprint in this community, and having you come here to speak is important. And I appreciate you coming so that people can see, who you are and what you do, because you do a lot of everything you do. And I appreciate you volunteering to serve on the board because it's not paid. Thank you. And Mr. Whitson, the kidney, the cancers, that's why your study of the cancer cluster study that you fought so hard for, because we're seeing all types of cancers. You're correct. You had 2 family members who passed away of aggressive cancers. And we cannot continue to say in this community that the water wasn't a part of it for the cause. We are now going on 11 years. Service lines are still not completely replaced. Restoration for 11th year, very sad anniversary. And then we wonder why people don't trust this community. For 18 months, this community drank water that was tan, brown, orange, rust, and they said it was okay. And now we're starting to see, even with the children, the issues. We know that lead in the water, that it affects their capacity to function even in school, and it causes with ADHD. And we as a community, we should be doing more. We got to start coming together for those important issues, the kids, the seniors, the veterans, and the cancer. We have got to.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to have the floor during council response? Seeing as how there's no one else, well, y'all be taking forever. Go ahead.
Thank you. First, I would like to thank all of the residents for being here, those of you who have come up to the podium to speak. Thank you for being engaged in the process. I would like to also thank Mr. Kennedy for being here. Thank you for taking your time to volunteer, because I've always said that, and I don't know how many of the individuals on that housing commission are veterans, but I think it'll be refreshing to have a veteran to represent the veterans on that housing commission. So thank you. Mr. Rich Jones, I'm trying to figure out, I think your pancake analogy is interesting. I've never heard of it, but I'm going to look more into that and try to figure out what it is that you're trying to convey. Mr. Woodson, yes, orthophosphates. I've done some research on orthophosphates, and they are, the phosphates in all of the phosphates are quite dangerous, but ortho is directly related to kidney disease, kidney failure, and cardiovascular disease. And I've done a lot of reading on it, and one day I'll be able to sit down and we can share that information and see what you have. I know that there has been a lot of kidney failure in the community, you know, a lot of people. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak during council response? Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank
You have
you.
the floor.
Thank you so much. So definitely would like to say again for the third time, Mr. Kennedy, thank you so much for coming out. Your resolution has been before us for several weeks. We've had your resume for several weeks. So we definitely had enough time to, for those that are not familiar with your work, to get familiar with your work. And so every single person up here is familiar with your work, it appears. Like I said, because we have your credentials. You know, moreover, you know, it was really apparent when we all, well, with the exception of one colleague, voted to make sure that we put this on special affairs so you all can be on this agenda tonight. You all definitely have your hands full, and we're glad that you are willing to take on the charge, because we need to stop appointing individuals to boards just to fill a seat. We need to fill boards with committed residents, and not just committed, also the most qualified and effective per our city charter. So again, thank you so much for coming out, and we definitely appreciate your time and your service.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response? Seeing as how there's no one else who wishes to speak during council response, I do want to point out to my colleagues that there are several people who are up for appointments this evening, and they are here with us. And so I would like us to take some time to acknowledge and hear from them. We have heard from Mr. Kennedy, but if when his time comes, he would like to speak again, that would be fantastic. Seeing as how there's no one else left to speak during council response, we will move on to the consent agenda. I will entertain a motion. Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
There's been a motion made to approve the consent agenda with changes, with separations, excuse me, and it's been properly supported by the councilman in the first ward. Are there any separations? Seeing as how there are no separations?
Yes, Madam Chair, there are separations.
Go ahead, Councilwoman in the fifth ward.
Madam Chair, I would like to separate the ordinance 240426.1, the fair chance access to rental housing.
Okay.
Also, I would like to separate the 250008, the appointment to the Hurley Board of Hospital Managers, Mr. Jalil Carter.
Okay.
And that's all I have right now.
Thank you. Are there any more separations?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the sixth ward.
I'd like to separate 240430, the community benefits agreement. That'll be it for me.
240430.1. Are there any more separations?
Yes.
Councilman in the eighth ward.
240455.
Thank you. I was wondering if somebody was going to do that since y'all stopped it here. Are there any more separations? Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear Mr. Pfeiffer, the 240455?
Yep, the very first one, 24055-T.
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
25007.
25007. All right, we will separate 25007. Are there any more separations? Seeing as how there are no more separations, the consent agenda will have two resolutions going forward to council, and that is appointment 240522-T will move forward to council, and that is the appointment of Marsu Hussey, Flint Housing Commission Resident Commissioner, and that is appointment 240523-T, which is the appointment of Jalil Kennedy, Flint Housing Commission, so we will move that forward to council as well. I do want to just make really clear, if either or both of those people are in the audience, that means this is moving to council, and council meeting will be held directly after this. Madam Clerk, this is the roll call to accept the consent agenda.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett is absent. The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
Excuse me, the vote is 7 yes, 0 no. The consent agenda passes. Now moving on to resolutions. We're moving on to Resolution 24055-T, which is the Comprehensive Plan Update Memorandum of Understanding, the City of Flint Planning Commission. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
move to council.
There's been a motion to move Resolution 240455-T to council. Is there support? Moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Is there discussion? Councilman in the 8th Ward, you have the floor. You separated it.
I don't have much to say other than I will not be supporting this at this time. I still have serious concerns about the amount of, or the appointments of the steering committee and the mayor having basically full control of that body. So I will not be supporting it at this time.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the 1st round?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, you have the floor.
I concur with with the councilman in the 9th Ward. The steering committee was not clear because we would not have a voice. The steering committee, I believe, all of the appointments would be made by the mayor, I believe. But through you to our city attorney, Attorney Gurley, is that true with the steering committee?
Attorney Gurley. Good evening. Yep.
There we go.
Please pause her time.
Okay, so your question.
Yep, can we pause the time? I would ask that no one yell out. Thank you. Go ahead, attorney.
It's a question related to who will direct the steering committee?
Correct.
Okay. I think I may have to defer to.
I see Emily is.
Yeah.
Emily, will you
down.
join us at the podium, please? Leg turn.
Hi, good evening, council.
Oh, because you had a question and
Yeah,
she
I
has the
do.
answer to it.
Emily dashed down. And Attorney Gurley, welcome.
Thank you,
This is your
Councilwoman.
first day officially as our city attorney.
Hi, good evening, council. So the steering committee is for the comprehensive plan update, and we actually put it out for people to apply. And we had done 9 outreach sessions. Actually, I did them personally in June, 1 in all 9 wards. We then have conducted 14 community meetings, 7 at the public library and 7 at Hasselbring. And collectively between these 21 meetings, we've had about 520 different people participate. We asked all 520 who was interested in the steering committee. We have gotten about, I think, 22 applications. So no one's not knocking down the door, but those were applications. We've looked at them. We've tried to make sure we have one representative from all the wards, and have.
So who is appointing the person to my ward?
So they had to apply.
Okay, so who is the person?
The 6th ward person, I can pull that up. And it was, like I said, we've been just soliciting for people. So, because it does require them to volunteer and participate in planning conversations. So.
I know, and I've been to the meetings. You were in my ward, and I went to some of the other ones.
Sorry, I know your time is, I didn't have it pulled up because,
No,
again,
no.
we do have a ward, I think that we are waiting, we've been trying to convince someone from Ward 3, who was a planner for the county but lives in Ward 3. So I think, other than that, we do have representation from the other 8 wards. But yeah.
So if you have a person, say my ward had 5 people, who makes the decision if more than one person applies? Who picks?
Well, at this point, because it's a 21-member body, I think basically, and
you only have 22 applicants?
Correct, and so we, at this point, did talk, I think, I'll say that if you look at the MOU in front of you, it does require that 90% of them are city residents. And so we did have a few people who were not city residents. So I think we did have some conversations with each of them, and we actually had one who said, okay, don't want to commit that much time. So it wasn't a thing that we denied anybody at this point.
So who is my person? Oh, you got to find it.
Yeah, internet's not very
Yeah.
good in this room. Sorry, I'm working
Yeah.
on it. I put my hotspot on, so it's just
Yeah.
not pulling up. So
And I know you may have not been, think this would come, I mean, and it's important. I think that the process is flawed with picking, because if they're representing the 6th Ward, I would like to have had, for myself, to have had something to do with the picking of the person. How did you come up with how to pick the process?
We emulated the way that it was done 10 years ago, actually 12 years
Okay.
ago. And so 12 years ago, it was an application process.
Were we in emergency management then? Was it?
It started in
Yeah.
2010 before emergency management, so I know that that's when the process, the comprehensive plan update, or comprehensive plan process for Imagine Flint started in 2010. So I think that's when the steering committee, and that was an application people had to apply. Because it is a pretty sizable commitment of time. One thing I would like to say, if any of you are looking to appoint people, we are having an abysmal response from either people who have not been appointed from wards, or your people who you have appointed for our community-wide advisory committee. So I would love all 9 of you to please help me to get better participation representing all 9 of your wards, and that is something that all 9 of you appoint, because that body has been abysmal when it comes to response for feedback on a lot of our
My
things.
time's almost up. If you
Yep.
can find the person.
I will send it to you.
Yep,
It's just
yep,
not.
Thank you.
Yep.
I appreciate that.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion? Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward?
Thank you. So, Emily, just want to be clear. So, this board that you're referring to, these are individuals that volunteered their services?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So, it was a self-selection?
Yes.
Okay.
They have filled out an application, which we have solicited again to over 500 residents in all 9 wards. So,
Okay.
for the steering committee. Community-wide advisory committee is one that we have asked all 9 of you to appoint.
Okay, so do you know off the top of your head how many people that we have on the citywide advisory committee?
There are 11, 1 from each ward that is appointed by city council, and then 2 that are appointed by the administration. And those 2 don't participate either. So I'm batting 0 for 11 really with the citywide advisory committee. So I would love to get better people.
Okay, so you don't have anyone.
Well, we have some people, they just don't show up, and then other wards, we just don't have anybody, so.
So in other words, you don't have anyone. That's what I just heard.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
And those that just, the CDBG, home, ESG, those applications are reviewed by those people. So if you were curious as to why they are important, it's a lot of time in like April, like 12 to 15 hours, but really helpful for us to identify where those funds can be most helpful to the community.
All right, thank you, because I know that we not only have that board, but we have the Human Relations Commission. We have several other committees that we must fill with our residents. And so I know that I don't want to add anything else to our plate. And, and sometimes, when council members get involved in some of the pickies, they kind of convolute things, because we want to make sure, again, that we are selecting the most qualified and effective individual per the city charter, because that's located right in the intro of the city council requirements for our charter. And, when seeing that we had an appointee from this body assault a senior citizen with the object, we want to make sure that we're not going to appoint individuals that are doing that. And so, definitely thank you so much. And I'm going to make sure that my appointment for the citywide advisory committee goes forward. And as well as I would like, when you select the 2nd Ward person, I definitely would like to meet them after you select them, and also work with them just so we can see who's on our 2nd Ward team. So thank you so much.
I'll make sure all of you know who the person that has applied from your ward. I will make sure all of you know that as soon as I can get the table to load. I apologize. I'll make sure each of you know.
Now, for the record, I don't care who applied. I just want to know who you all select, so I don't know who I'm going to work with. All right, thank you.
Ariel, that is your first warning. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
So Emily, I know how difficult it is to even get people to be interested in serving on a board. I'm sorry that my appointee to CWAC has decided not to be reappointed, and I am actively looking for a replacement for her as well as several other boards. So because of the difficulty in getting people willing to volunteer to do things for the city. This is community service. For those people who are working, it looks good on your resume that you were involved with your community. It looks good for any future appointments to be involved. And you are helping your city be a better place to live. The city can't operate without volunteers as well as the employees. So I would say that if anybody is interested in any board, contact their council person. If you don't know who your council person is, reach out to our office, because we're all desperate for volunteers. And I don't know who's applied for the 4th ward. You do have somebody, or you don't know off the top of your head?
No, I think the only ward that we didn't have someone for is the 3rd ward.
3rd ward?
And admittedly, sadly, we did have an application for steering committee from the former 3rd ward councilperson. So there was definitely interest there, but there's not been, so we've been trying to beg people that different 3rd ward residents that we know of. So anyone who's listening, if you are interested in being a steering committee member for the comprehensive plan update process, from the 3rd ward especially, that's the one I know we don't have one
And
for.
I believe that there's several openings for that as well, for other boards. So it's important that be willing to volunteer your time. I know that some people don't want to volunteer, they want to get paid. Well, unfortunately, they are volunteer hours. But it's important, and you learn so much about your community, and hopefully that will get you more involved. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else in the first round of discussion, I will take my time. I do understand how difficult it is to find people to volunteer for boards and to do all this. What I don't want us to do is hold up the memorandum of understanding simply because of a process that was put in place maybe 10 or so years ago. I believe, Ms. Doerr, you said that there were 22 slots open, and 21 slots open, you had 22 people apply. A good cross section of the city minus the 3rd ward. What I want us to do is to be able to move forward with things. I think that you giving us the list of people that will be chosen, well, everybody's gonna be chosen at this point if there were only 21 spots available and 22 people applied. So just share with us those who did apply, and so by default were automatically chosen because all of the spots were applied for. I think that should suffice in us not holding up something that we desperately need to get done. That seems to be a theme around here, is that we are behind on a lot of things, and I want us to do better at playing catch up in 2025 and maybe even get ahead of the curve on some of these things, because a lot of things that's happening, that's coming to us in committees and on special affairs, and even by the time they get to council, are things that we are already behind the curve on. So I would ask my colleagues to consider going ahead and moving forward with this, knowing that this process has been in place, that this is not a new process. This is not someone trying to circumvent us or move beyond any authority we think we are owed in this situation. And I do want to move on to the second round. I'm going to yield the rest of my time. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th ward, you have the floor.
We are absolutely circumventing us because we don't have a choice. And so if we don't have a choice, then that means it is circumventing us. I like to choose who's, serving in my ward. That's important to me. And if we know that it was around emergency management, we never repealed any of the emergency management ordinances. And so we know that we have got some work to do. I don't want my choices taken away. I'm not satisfied with that. Not saying that, and you do a great job, Emily. I'm not saying that. Just like I don't want my choices taken away, I know you don't want yours for what your job entails. This goes with the master plan. Is that correct? Or the Imagine Flint? Or how
The Imagine Flint Comprehensive
Right.
Plan, correct.
So this is huge. This is something that we should not be taken lightly. It's huge. What is Flint going to look like? We have a $55 billion project coming into the county. We've got Ashley Capital on the Buick City. So this is how this steering committee, their opinions, their thoughts, their ideas are important. And I want my voice to have someone who understands economic development, understands that our community is going to change. How do we take care of those who are here and then grow with the influx of people that we're more than likely going to have with these 10,000 jobs that are coming in here? So how do we create the balance? I don't want someone just because they applied and that's all we got. I don't want that. I will get you some names, and these people don't have to come to the board. I have a retired pharmacist who worked at Hurley for 35 years. She would be great. She was at the meeting. And so I will have Karen Key to apply or to your office. I don't want just anybody, because most often as our community is in the process of being gentrified, I want to make sure we take care of those who are here, the least of these. And so progress is great, but I want someone who can see the entire picture. I remember seeing in Chicago when I saw homes being built for $400,000 and they removed people out of the community. Those homes are now worth over $2 million. And so as our community changes, I want to make sure as we grow, we beautify, we have new industries, economic development, that we make sure we have a community that is inclusive of all of its people. Inclusiveness is extremely important to me. And so I want to pick my own person. So I will send Karen to you. And if we got any extra ones, I'll, let them know.
You can forward the one-page application that was sent to all of you on August 26th. It was attached to that email. Please forward that application to them.
August 26th?
Thank you very much.
Yep.
And so I will pull that up and put it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the second round of discussion? Councilman in the 8th Ward.
So just to be clear, Emily, not all 21 would be residents that applied, right? So there's a whole other category of folks that would be appointed to the steering committee. It's not just the 21, like it's 21 total, but it's 2 from the planning commission. It's the city council president. It's the mayor. All of those are part of the 21, correct?
That is correct. If you look at in the MOU, again, 90% have to be Flint residents. That was very clear. But then we, however, will be very specific to make sure there's one at least from every ward. That's imperative. So if you do that math, exactly what you were saying, Councilman, so there are 9 from each ward, and then there are some other slots that are declared in the MOU. You can start to see, again, how it will be made up.
So it's possible that there may be only one person of the 21 that would be representing of a ward. Meaning, if there's one for the 8th ward, that may be the only person on the 21 that is part of the 8th ward. Is that a correct statement?
Optimally, if you do the math, I would like to have at least 2 from each ward. And so looking at that, we've not had, the planning commission has not said who their 2 would be. So I think that would be great, since a lot of the planning commissioners are very involved with this. We can kind of say, okay, we've got 1 from each ward. We've got already 3 actually from Ward 1 and 1 from Ward 3, so can we get the 3rd Ward Planning Commissioner to be both a second person for Ward 3 and Planning so I would optimally like to have at least 2 from each ward. The 21 number allows for that, but again, we need participation. we need, I don't know how else to stress this. We need participation. We have gotten a lot of participation, but that also, these conversations are just going to get deeper and deeper in the weeds, and they're going to be longer 2-3 hour conversations that we need people to show up and be super excited about planning. So, that takes a special person.
Yeah, so given the makeup of, it's a possibility that there's no language in this MOU that literally states that there has to be one from each ward, and given how the mayor treats certain people in different wards, until it is laid out specifically that each ward will be represented appropriately and evenly, I'm a no. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the second? Councilwoman in the 5th Ward.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Emily. I do want to say I was not able to make any of the meetings, but I did look at a couple of the PowerPoints that you sent us. And as far as this memorandum of understanding, going through this, I think it needs some work. And I don't know if we want to keep this in committee or just, I'm not going to support it the way that it is right now. So I don't know what the best route to go as far as what we need to do, but my vote will be a no as far as moving it to council. And I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round of discussion? Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. So Emily, did I hear you say that the application was available in August?
I did send an email to all 9 of you on August 26th saying, please share this for people to apply to join the steering committee. And so I just wanted you to know that where you could find the application. It is a 1-page document that was attached, so you can share it with people. And we are more than welcome to have more people apply. I think that's great. So honestly, please, all 9 of you can have people apply who have not applied. We want participation. That is, at the end of the day, the most important thing, and not participation one time. We need participation 10 to 15 times in the next 6 to 12 months. So find your best committed person and please send them my way.
All right, thank you for that. And I just also want to state this on the record as well. You know, just like Councilman from the 4th Ward said, it's difficult getting people that want to actively participate. So we're not talking about someone that's willing to put their name on the roll call and then never show up. We're having a hard time getting people that's actually going to show up and do the work. And so if the 2nd Ward has not applied for this spot, and then you're telling us that we can, at this point, that we can also submit names to be considered. If I can't fill that spot, then again, I don't have a problem with the at-large process. One thing I don't want to do, I don't want to overstep, because we have a lot on our plate. And so I heard my colleagues say that they will be picking the person from their ward. You know, one thing that we must do, we must make sure that we are operating in our own lane. And, as we talk about, picking the person to represent their ward, my colleague in the 6th Ward, her appointee for as an accountability board was, one of the ones that assaulted.
Point of order.
Absolutely.
Point
Please
of order.
pause her time.
She is not germane as used when she's shooting shot. She's
So-
not germane.
So what I will say is, it is germane to the point. However, please refrain from calling out your colleagues. Please refrain from calling out your colleagues' seat numbers for this. But you are germane with your point. Just figure out a better way to make your point. But you are germane.
Okay, thank you. So, is it proper, Madam Chair, to say the 6th Ward pick for the Ethics and Accountability Board?
Point of order.
What's your point?
She cannot speak to the motives.
So
And she needs to learn that.
All right, so hold on. My ruling is that she's not speaking to motives. It's actually something that occurred. What I will ask you to refrain from doing is making mention of your colleague in any way. If you want to talk about the incident that occurred with the Ethics and Accountability Board, because this is germane to proving why we need to pick people, you can do that, yes.
Thank you.
Point
Thank
of
you, Madam
order.
Chair.
Yes,
Point of
ma'am.
order,
Yes,
Madam
ma'am.
Chair.
Councilwoman in the fifth ward.
And you know what? I would say that this is not germane. It's not germane to the resolution that's on the table right now.
No, it's not.
We're not talking about appointments. We're talking about the memorandum of understanding.
So I do want to, and to your point, Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, everyone up here has talked about how they want to appoint their own person and why, when that was not germane to what the memorandum was doing. I would like to finish my ruling. The point is, the door was opened and no one stopped anyone else when they talked about how they would like to appoint or pick their own person. Her point is toward us having a process in which we are not the ones appointing and people have applied. Therefore, I do feel like her point is germane because it talks about the process in which these people will be picked, which means we are not the ones appointing. So go ahead.
Point of order.
What is your point?
She's talking about an action that is now in court. That is not germane. We're talking about, are we selecting for this board and this process, not a prior board? And so it is not germane at all.
So again, it is germane because we're talking about the fact that the council wants to be the one to select. And that person was selected by the council, and she is making the argument of why it is okay for someone outside of the council to select in this instant. She is germane. Continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so that is absolutely my point, as you just so succinctly wrap that up. So we want to make sure that, you know, as we hear colleagues say what they will do, I want to make sure that we will be in order in terms of, you know, these selections. So if people have applied, you're saying that you're going to graciously open up the window so some more people can apply. We appreciate that. But I just wanted to make sure that we have an understanding that, you know, when we continue to stress that I'm going to appoint my person, we're also responsible for our appointments. And so, unfortunately, we have an appointment that have assaulted someone, and we just want to make sure, I know coming from the second ward seat, want to make sure that we don't appoint anyone else.
Please pause the time. What is your point, Councilwoman in the sixth ward? What rule has been broken?
And y'all starting with this. One, she's speaking to the motives,
Okay.
43.21, and then two, she's not being germane. That would be an example of if I said the second ward person wanted to attack people and was calling people out their names. The people selected her. We're not on that. She needs to speak to this board specifically, nothing else. Nothing else. We could say what we didn't like about her if we're bringing in the selection. She was selected by the people. Stick to this. Let's not get in the mud tonight, and let's move on.
Please continue, second ward.
Thank you. So, you know, we just witnessed our council person take many privileged advantages of using this motion for things that's not supposed to be a point of order. But again, we want to make sure that we are selecting the best people, so I appreciate your process, Emily.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else who wishes to speak during the second round of discussion, I will take my time. I do want to be very clear that this, and this is for public record for everyone, that we've had 5 months to send this application out, to give it to people that we feel might be best so that they could be selected in this process. This is not the first time that we're hearing about an opportunity for us to give this invitation to residents to apply. Again, this was sent to us in August, so that was 5 months ago. This is not the first time that this comprehensive plan update has been on any council agenda, so we have had an opportunity to read over this memorandum of understanding, know what it is and what it says. So this special affairs meeting is not the first time that we're looking at this. This is by no means a surprise. I do understand my colleagues' concerns about making sure that there's at least one person from every ward, that there is a voice there. I am in agreement with that, but I want us to be very clear that this process, Emily, how many meetings did you say that you held in the community?
We did 9 in each ward in June, and then we did 7 at the public library in July and August, and then another 7 at Hasselbring in September and October. I am sending all of you, actually, we have an updated MOU, and just so you know, there was feedback given, and so I actually have a document that's an updated version that adds language specifying that at least one member from each ward will be appointed with the goal of having equal representation. And then there's 2 other items, removing the word permanent from the position, and then another one clarifying the, some language. And this was actually pulled from something that you all asked for, and I thought my staff had sent this in. So we have an updated version. It's been presented to Planning Commission in November, so I'm sending that all to you now. There is an updated version with that language, because that was a request you made. My staff did it, and I don't know if it, just given everything that was happening in November and December, I think it just didn't get put into final version to send to our clerk, so my fault. So I'm sending that to you all now. There is an updated version.
All right, and so I just want to be clear, you went to every ward, we had several meetings, so this was very inclusive. I did use a word that my colleague did echo earlier. I want to take back the word circumvent, because clearly there were no efforts to circumvent us, because we were all included. Most of us who were able to attend the meetings in the community did attend those meetings, and again, we did get something in August that gave us an opportunity to send the application out to residents that we would like to have them sent out to. Given this new information of the fact that there was some updates made that was requested prior to this and was not given to us, I will entertain a motion, a substitute motion
Madam
from the
Chair.
council. Councilwoman in the 4th
Make a
ward.
motion to postpone indefinitely. So we get the new one.
We gotta get the
Get
new
the
one.
new one.
This one gotta die to get the new one.
That makes sense. We have to turn to a point 1. There is a motion to postpone indefinitely from the councilwoman in the 4th ward, and it was supported by the councilman in the 8th ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis.
No.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Jarrett is absent. Mr. Alamin. The vote is 6 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no. This has been postponed indefinitely. Madam Clerk, thank you, Emily. Madam Clerk, you will get that new memorandum of understanding to us so that we can look at it, and I'm assuming that the administration will send that back up through the proper channels in the proper committee again. Thank you. Moving on to appointment 250007-T, which is the appointment to the Hurley Board of Hospital Managers, Dr. Khalid M. Ahmed.
Madam Chair, make a motion to send to council.
There's been a motion to send this to council made by the councilwoman in the 4th ward. Is there support? There's been support by the councilman in the 1st ward. Is there, is there discussion?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 6th ward.
is the doctor here?
He might not have been notified. He is not here. He might not have been notified.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there any more discussion in the first round? I don't know, just move it. It's fine.
I separated it because I thought somebody might want to speak on it.
Yeah.
That's why I separated it.
Okay. All right, is there any more discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the second round? Seeing as how there's no discussion, this is the vote to send appointment 25007-T to council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat. Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Jarrett is absent. Mr. Alamin.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. That appointment moves to council. Moving on to appointment 250008-T, which is the appointment to the Hurley Board of Hospital Managers, Jalil Carter. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 4th ward.
move to council.
It's been motioned to move to council. Is there support?
Support.
Supported by the councilman in the 1st ward. Is there discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 5th ward, I heard you first.
I would like to bring Mr. Jalil Carter up to the
He
podium.
is here. Mr. Carter, will you join us at the lectern?
And Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, I understand you would like to serve on the Hurley Board of Hospital Managers. I just want to ask, why do you want to serve on that board, and what will you bring to that board?
Thank you for your question. One of the reasons I would like to serve on that board, because I've been, for the past 3 years, attending the board meetings and getting involved in issues that the regular everyday citizen doesn't get to hear about in the community, and I've been trying to help bring solutions that would help better balance the difference between how the Hurley Hospital is ran and is dealing with its citizens who come for help versus how the citizens who come for aid and assistance understand what the process is and what's going on. So that's one of the reasons I had wanted to do this a few years back, and there was a lot of resistance from people high up. So now that the high up people see that it's a need, now I guess the door is open.
I don't understand. The people that's higher up, whom are you referring to?
The people who on the board that has a lot of pull.
Okay. What are some of the issues?
Some of the issues are the lack of patient advocacy. Some of the people you come in to emergency and you don't understand the process and you're in pain and you're sitting out in the emergency room for 10 hours waiting to be seen, and you're agitated, you're upset, no one is explaining the process to you, no one is giving you an understanding of how it works, so you become so frustrated that you begin to act out, and then instead of dealing with the understanding of the patient, you go straight to security, putting them out and not giving them any treatment at all. And I'm saying you need to do a better job at hiring patient advocates that recognize and understand the type of patient that is coming into your hospital.
So you would be one on that board that would make sure that that's happening, that that's in place.
That's one of the issues I want to push and have the board manifest for the city of Flint and the residents who are coming into the hospital.
Okay. And you said that you've been attending Hurley board meetings,
yeah, but I haven't
getting
went
involved?
Yeah, I haven't went. I started because of the John Fleming case, and then I went for like 9 months, and after his case, there was a young lady named Kiera, 25, who died in the waiting room, so I went to advocate for her case, and from there, I seen a need for them to have balance on the board where someone from the community with direct access to people in the community could give you an understanding of how to help the community better.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Carter, for coming forth. I'll yield my time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the first ward.
Brother Jalil, can I have you come back up?
Yes, sir.
Can you just tell us a little bit about what you currently do now as your profession? I'm a little bit familiar with some of the work you do with some of the elders in the community, but if you can just kind of speak a little bit about some of the work you currently do now in the community.
Well, some of the work I do, as you know, I'm the director of the Peacekeepers Global Initiative, and I do conflict mediation, training and certification for it, and we deal with a lot of the youth and different people who have issues that can't seem to get resolved between one another, so we try to step in and help resolve them. As a profession, I'm a licensed builder and a licensed electrician, and I go to a lot of people's houses throughout the city of Flint. Judges, police officers, some of the council, a lot of people's house. And so I get to learn and hear about things at Hurley that tends to bother me, but I think it's a solution for it. So one of the things I know we've done lately is we tried to push for the understanding of patients knowing the difference in when they signing the form for release to be allowed to be seen, that they understand fine print in that what they're signing, so they know they're not signing their life away. A patient advocate would be good to help them understand that, because the average person coming in is not gonna read all that information. They just trying to hurry up and be seen, so they just gonna sign it and hand it back.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I do want to point out to my colleagues, and I understand that this is good for the community to hear so that they understand who would like to be appointed to boards, but we do also have Mr. Carter's resume. Councilman in the 8th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. Reviewing your resume and realizing how important the board of the hospital managers for Hurley is, and I thank you for your community engagement, but I don't see anything on your resume that would, in my opinion, qualify you for to be on the board of managers. So I'm a no on this vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion? Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward, you have the floor.
Mr. Carter, could you please approach the lectern? All right, so hearing my colleague said that your resume doesn't reflect any, I guess, it's not a fit. And I saw that you was coming to the lectern, so please speak.
Yeah, the qualification is being a human being in the city of Flint with care and concern for how people are handled and treated in a city hospital is the qualification. The heart, having the heart for the people is the qualification. I don't need to be a doctor. I don't need to be a nurse. I don't need to understand 15-letter terminology and words for medical. I just need to understand people, how they understand life, how they move and do things, and how we can help improve the quality of their lives while they're dealing with a hospital visit at Hurley. So if you needed me to have a master's in nursing or a BA in something dealing with a hospital, then you're right. But having a heart for the people and being willing to step up and get them some form of advocacy to be better treated, I'm qualified. And anyone in this room who steps up to try to help anybody that's of good is qualified for what they're doing. They don't need approval from somebody else to tell them if they're qualified. Your qualification is doing the work, and it speaks for itself.
All right. I appreciate that, Mr. Carter. And, you know, according to our charter, we are commissioned to select qualified and effective individuals. And, you know, and that's what we must do as a council. And just looking at your resume, you know, a few things to stand out. I mean, for one, you have a degree. You definitely have a degree. And then next, you know, you are certified in conflict mediation training. That's very important when you're on boards. And the fact that you have worked with a conglomerate of organizations in this community, ranging down, you know, up from the peacekeepers to the prosecutor's office, you know, and then the fact that you've been attending these early meetings. So you're not just someone who's just deciding to be on a board. You've put in the work as an advocate. And then now you're able to use that advocacy to actually have a voice. And a voice is what we do need on that board. So I would definitely be remiss to say that you're not qualified, because the fact that you are a resident, as you stated, and you have interests as well as skills that could be added to any multi-member body, that says that you're beyond qualified. You know, and it's amazing, you know, to hear that you're not deemed as qualified. You know, when we look at, well, you know, we're currently without a 3rd Ward council person. And again, we are commissioned to select the most qualified and effective individual for that too. But I have yet to hear that about the other, candidates that have applied as far as not being qualified. So I'm sorry that the qualification clause applies to you and no one else. But however, you have stated in the work that you're doing, we see the work that you're doing, and that's just that. So I definitely support this. I support it. Why? Because we need individuals that are serious on these boards. We don't need people that want their name on, like I said before, someone's roll call. We don't want someone appointing a friend. We need someone that's serious about the work in this community. And when we begin to fill these boards with people that are serious in this community, I got a feeling we can affect some serious change. So seeing that you're serious about your community, and you were serious enough to come down here and to have a dialogue with council about your appointment, and you are stating on the record your qualifications that are beyond what we call for, exceeding what we're called for, I'll be remiss to hold up your appointment. This isn't personal. This is for the betterment of the residents of the city of Flint. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion? Councilwoman in the 4th Ward. You might as well just stand there for a second.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to thank you very much for coming before us, because there's so many times we have appointees, especially for the Hurley Board of Managers, that do not show up here, and that we are given a resume and that is it. So I want to thank you very much for taking the time. That shows your interest in being appointed to this board. I have a question. I'm looking at your resume. Are you self-employed?
Yes, ma'am.
So you know how to do budgets. You know how to follow through budgets. Hurley's budget process is a lot higher than what we do for our individual businesses. I own my own business as well, so I understand. And the fact that you've been so active in other activities, and that you have received awards. You received an honor award for contribution to the city of Flint.
Yes.
Congratulations on that. That was not an easy award. I'm assuming that you did it for the great works that you've done to the city. Now, I don't think that it's good for the Hurley Board of Managers to be all high-level people. I think they need members of the community who are of the people. Not all doctors, not all physicians, not all business leaders, that they need people like you and I to serve on that board to bring it down to humanity levels. And so I'm going to vote for your appointment, and I wish you good luck on the board.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
You were very vocal in the issue that happened at Hurley with the person in the waiting room, and that was the issue for me. But understanding how busy Hurley is, my other issue is that this did not go through committee first, and that it came straight to special affairs. And I'm not going to support it now because I want to have a conversation with you. You and I have had some real points of contentions over the years. Some very bad ones, and some things that were very controversial. And I would like to have a private conversation with you because it's important. I'm not going to say all the work that you have done. I've seen you do some good things like speaking up for, in the emergency room. There are some other things. You and I had it out right here in front of the door, and it was not good for you or for me, and the respect for women was a problem for me. But I'm open. We've had some very few conversations, but I would like to have another conversation. I wish this would have been a committee, then I would have reached out to have a conversation with you.
Request for information.
Please don't. What's your request?
Does the councilwoman understand that this is a committee?
Thank you. Continue, Councilwoman Burns.
So because, I can read, I wanted to be in a governmental ops with the other ones, 'cause I don't owe her any explanation. And if she keep ticking me off, I'm gonna say everything that I was gonna say in private. So she needs to stop. Don't tempt me. And every time she does this, when I have the floor, she got
Point of order.
Please pause our time. What is your point of order?
She's
What
not
rule?
she's not being germane.
What rule has been broken?
She's breaking the rule that states that we must be germane. She's talking about me, and she stated that, again, let's be clear, a request for information.
Madam Chair, she's
A
taking
request
the
for
floor.
information. A request for information is when you are informing a colleague about some information to help them with their next vote. This is the next vote. She stated numerous times on this record that this has not went to a committee. And then I utilized that request for information so she can understand that this is a committee. Special Affairs is a committee. And so that's what I did. And so she began to proceed and talk about me interrupting her, and she's gonna say what she's gonna say, et cetera. So that is why I wanted to be real clear that what I did was in full order. It was so to help us understand, because knowing that this is a committee, this could move this on to the next level. So just trying to be clear. Thank you.
Dialogue on my time.
Correct.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
first of all, I didn't.
So hold on. Pause the time, because what we're not going to do is use your time where it is your opportunity to speak with this possible appointee to go and do any kind of back and forth. I would ask that we just remain focused. You have 3 minutes left. Everyone else needs to refrain from points of order, points of information, and allow her to finish her time. Continue.
Thank you, because whatever my conversation, she couldn't resist. My point of information is for her to gain understanding. I have understanding. Very clear. It's for her if she misquotes another rule, as she most often does. So I would like to keep this. I do want to reach out to you, because I'm not feeding into that craziness today. I'm tired. But I want to have a personal conversation with you. I do. And I don't see the votes here today. I don't. And so I'm going to let my colleagues finish asking questions, because you and I need to have a private conversation that I am very much open to. I really am. And that I think you and I need to, for me, there's issues we'll discuss in private. So I'm going to yield my time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing as how I am the only one left to speak, I will go ahead and take my time. Mr. Carter, thank you for showing up and just speaking to us a little bit about your appointment and your qualifications for your appointment. I do agree with my colleague in the 4th Ward where she stated, I do think that there needs to be a degree of advocacy on that board. And hearing that a 25-year-old passed away and you were right there to advocate for her family, also hearing that, and passed away in the waiting room, also knowing her wait times, knowing some of the complaints, and you made a very good point when you were speaking earlier, when you made the point of the patient advocates, because I know that they are supposed to have patient advocates, but I know there have been plenty of instances where someone has called for a patient advocate and that patient advocate has not shown up, where people have been there for 1 or 2 days still waiting on a patient advocate that did not show up. So I do think that there needs to be someone on the board that does highlight that. I think you made another good point of having to sign things. When you are already in pain, when there's already some anxiousness happening, you'll be willing to sign anything if it means please help take away whatever's going on. And so I think you've made some very good points along with your advocacy. I think my colleague in the 4th Ward also made a good point when she talked about the fact that because you are a business owner, and you've been a business owner for quite some time, that you are familiar with budgets and dealing with budgeting. I think that to some of my colleagues' points about certain boards where we've appointed people, I think there have been opportunities given when opportunities where their experience and their advocacy got them over the hump to get the vote, as opposed to maybe having the direct experience, right? I think that it is important that we do have a certain amount of informed people on the board. And what I mean by informed, because there's no insult to you, I simply mean informed in the healthcare system, meaning they are doctors, they are nurses, they are whatever is needed for that particular thing, right? But I also think that we need more community people like yourself, someone who goes to the meetings, who's involved, who pays attention. You've already given a certain amount of commitment. There are a lot of people who do not attend the Hurley Hospital meetings. And so you've already taken that step to attend the board meetings. You've taken that step of advocacy, and you've taken a step to be here tonight. And so I, for one, am in support of you being on the board, also because I know of your other work in the community. And that's what's important, especially when we're starting to talk about health care and us making sure that people are getting the best health care possible and getting the best experience possible. When you're going to a hospital, you're already sick, you're already in pain, your family is already troubled by what may be happening to you. We do not need the added issue of maybe having people in place making policies who do not know how to make policies that will directly enhance the quality of service that you get at your most vulnerable time. So I would like to have you on this board. I think that you would be a great addition to this board. I do want to also point out that there's a very slippery slope when we have council people who, because they have maybe some disconnect with you, say over a microphone that they want to talk to you before considering appointing you because of a personal issue. That begins to look like retaliation. I don't feel like that's necessarily what it was. I do feel like maybe my colleague would like to come to some sort of understanding and have a conversation with you. I think it should have been worded differently at another point in time between the two of you, and not on a mic to where it seems like we are into retaliating up here. That is definitely a slippery slope. So I want us to be careful of that. I want us to be very careful of that. I'm not quite sure where we go from here. I just know that as your name is before us, you do have my support because of the work that you've done in this community, because of the work that you're already doing to enhance the quality of care for residents that have to go to the hospital for whatever the reason. And I will yield my time. You may be seated for now. We're gonna go into the second round. Someone else might want you, but I'm not sure. But Madam Clerk, moving on to the second round, is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
Thank you. No slippery slope here. If this had went through the proper committee and not bypassing governmental ops, I could have reached out. Not a slippery slope, not at all. And so I think we need to stop it. When my conversation was between me and him, period. That was between me and him. And when we do requests for information, people need to understand per the council rules, Rule 26.1 clearly states, a request for information from the member holding the floor, its purpose is to help the member making the request for information and to understand the process. So she should have received a warning. I had no problem understanding the function nor the rule of it. So I do agree. I've never believed that you have to have, everyone has to be degreed or some level of, for me, I like to have a balance because our community is a balance. You get treated differently when you have health insurance and when you don't. That's just a fact. I don't think that when I went to the hospital, they ask you for your insurance. I believe that any hospital, and especially when you're a person of color, we do have to be conscious of that. We are not treated the same. We are not. That is just a fact. And when you have, even if you are a single mother giving birth, I gave birth for all 3 of my children at Hurley because I believe in a community hospital. But they treat people differently. If you have a husband, if you don't have a husband. If you have insurance, if you don't have insurance. Mothers who didn't have a car seat to bring the babies home. It's as if it was their fault. And so there are things that we as a community, we have to have some uncomfortable conversations. And my conversation with me and him is just that. It's personal. We're going to have a personal conversation. I don't think he want to have a conversation with me over the mic. I don't want to have it with you over the mic because I know when you were there. I was concerned when that person was in that waiting room. I have been in the waiting room before, and I've had to take people. I've been a patient myself in Hurley's waiting room. And Hurley does a great job. It's a community hospital that has neonatal. We have a trauma center. but we also have a large population that people go through early mental health, and mental illness is serious in our community. They don't get treated. They often end up going to the hospital, and so do our veterans. So do our veterans. And they often go to jail because there's something that they have an episode, they're off their medications. So we have each other's number. And I'm not saying no, I like a mix, because we need someone to understand from a level of a person that we see it is you as a black man and me as a black woman. So I appreciate you coming.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round? Councilwoman in the 5th Ward, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to say this, and I always say it. Why are we circumventing the process? And so what I'm going to do, I'm going to make a motion to send this back to governmental operations. That's on you. Right, that's on you. But that's the motion I'm gonna make. And if that motion doesn't pass, guess what? I'm not gonna be voting for this appointment, because it should have gone through committee first. And so the motion on the floor is to send this appointment back to governmental operations. Thank you.
There is a motion on the floor to send this back to governmental operations. Is there support?
Support.
It's been properly supported by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
And the vote is 2 yes, 5 no.
I'm sorry, what was that again?
2 yes, 5 no.
The vote is 2 yes, 5 no. That motion fails. Continuing with the second round of discussion, is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So, Madam Chair, I'm gonna have to I'm gonna disagree with you on your comment, because I can't speak tonight either, about Ms. Burns' comment being portrayed as retribution. I think having a conversation with Mr. Carter is totally above board, because she didn't say she wasn't gonna vote for him. She just said she wanted to have a conversation with him before she did. I think what was retribution and what laid the groundwork was comments made by my other colleagues in regards to Miss Beverly Biggs or Mr. A.C. Dumas and why they weren't going to, like, that was voting retribution. I don't think asking for a conversation with Mr. Carter is voting retribution. So I'm going to deny, or I'm going to disagree with that analysis of that conversation, but you know, it's up to everybody's opinion and their morals or however they come up to their conclusions on how they vote. So, and I don't believe that having a simple conversation behind, you know, with the microphone off with a potential candidate for a very important position with the hospital managers is uncalled for. So I think speaking why you won't support a candidate for the 3rd Ward on the record and playing sounds and everything else is not called for, but having a conversation definitely is. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round of discussion? Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
Thank you. At this point, we definitely see what it is. You know, we have our colleague that stated that they like to speak in public, that they don't do things behind closed doors, that they do things here in public. If this man have done something to audit this city, we need to hear about it from this lectern from here so we all can make an informed decision. We need to know what's going on, so let's not do it behind closed doors. We have enough time. We can put a motion on the floor to add some more time to the clock so you can have this conversation. But per our colleagues' own precedents, that I don't work behind closed doors. I'm fully transparent. Let's have some transparency right now so we can get down to the bottom if this person is a good fit.
Point of order.
Please pause the time. What rule has been
Look,
breached?
She's not germane. Rule 43.21, she should not be speaking to any of her colleagues' voting motives. And she should know this rule by now.
All right, thank you. Continue, Dr. Lewis.
Okay, thank you. Again, another abuse of a privilege motion. And so, so then when we begin to talk about that, the gentleman that's running for the Hurley, that we're looking to appoint, who's been doing the good work already on the board, when we're talking about him and we make the comment that he is disrespecting women, on your 5-hour show when you're a producer and you all kept calling me Moose and Red Rooster, that was a disrespect to women. That was a big disrespect to women. And so again, so we can't be selective when we want to defend women.
Madam Chair.
Please
point of
pause the
order.
time. What is your point? What rule has been breached?
She is not being germane, but speaking of a podcast in Red Rooster when she's called me a bitch.
Continue, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. And as we have colleagues, excuse me, because I feel like a colleague the way he tells the colleagues what to do, but we have people calling people moose, etc. Those names don't bother me at all. I definitely appreciate the attention. I'm glad you're looking. But the fact is, we can't talk about respecting women when we allowed a colleague to flinch at me, when we hear the gentleman in the front row using the word moose, when we use those derogatory terms, and then again, as stated on a podcast, on your podcast, that you request donations from, and that we use the city feed for, on that podcast, this is where.
Please pause the time. What rule has been broken?
I pay for my, first of all, she's not germane. I pay for my own stuff, so she needs to stop. She is not germane. She's upset because somebody, last week, Ariel called her Red Rooster. So she needs to get over that.
Please continue,
and stay
Dr.
germane.
Lewis.
Thank you. And this all goes back to my point. Are you concerned about the mistreatment of women or not? So you can't pick and choose. And that's good to hear that you pay for your own podcast, because maybe our water department want to hear because you owe the money.
You need to pay
And
that.
so,
Please pause the time.
excuse me.
Please pause the time.
Excuse me.
Please
I'm
pause.
gonna get you, but you
Ladies,
put it on your point
ladies,
of
I
order.
got it. I got
Point
it.
of
I
order.
actually already paused the time before you called your
Her
point of order.
30,000 vote vote needs to
Please,
be in prison.
please, excuse me. What we're going to do is refrain from talking about any bills owed from anyone up here. That is not what this conversation is about. Let's stay focused. Continue.
I hear you, Madam Chair, but when I'm being interrupted by someone that's telling me about what they pay for, this is my turn to speak. It should be silent. One person speaking, it should be me and you interrupting me. So when she blurt out what she paid for, I can use my elected seat to speak on the bills from that's owed to the city that's not being paid. I just want to be clear when we talk about that. But going back to this, either you're going to support women in its entirety or not. And so if you have something personal against Mr. Carter, that's what it is. But what we will not do is make it appear or let it actually be a form of retaliation. You said you're transparent. Let's be transparent. Bring them up to the lectern. Let's have a conversation to see what happened that day both ways so we all can make an informed vote. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else who would like the floor in the second round of discussion, I will take my time. I want to first correct my colleague in the 8th Ward. Maybe you did not hear me when I said, and I don't feel as though that's what she was trying to do, but when we make comments that say, you and I had some interaction, I didn't like it, I want to talk to you first, that sounds like we're getting into retaliation. And that sounds like we're keeping people off of boards or whatever else because of a personal issue that we have with them, which is why I simply warned our colleague to not make sure she's careful with how she words her desire to have a conversation, and that it doesn't seem like it's her retaliating. I want to also point out the fact that everyone is having some difficulty staying germane. My colleagues pointed out that they didn't want to circumvent a process, that it didn't go through committee first. I want to point out that the last thing you just voted for did not go through committee either, but you passed it. So if that's what we're doing, let's do it all the way, because it did not go through committee either, and you still passed it. So I understand that we need to look for reasons, but make sure it's not reasons people can poke holes in. I also want us to be very, very clear. The reason I did not vote for this to go back to committee was because there are others who wanted to speak in the second round. And that sometimes we are courteous about the fact that others want to speak in the second round before we make motions. This really boils down to, you have his resume in front of you, you have him in front of you. He's had an opportunity to speak and talk. We've heard about his advocacy, we've heard about his work. And for this to be based on anything other than this resume, based on the advocacy, and based on what he said when he came up here, it's unfair, and it looks like we're retaliating, even if we're not. I understand that there might have been some discomfort between the two of you, and you feel as though a conversation is warranted. That is fine, but that is not a reason for an appointment to be held up. I do agree. Oh, no problem. Pause the time.
Point of order.
Go ahead.
You're speaking to my motives. I never said I'm holding it up. I want to have a private conversation with him.
I hear you, and I'm not speaking to your motives. Your words were, you and I need to talk first.
Yeah, that's
so
not holding it up.
That is, if you say first, that means before I vote first.
That's a wrong interpretation.
That's fine, but it's my time.
Request for information.
What is your request?
So I just want to be clear, I heard what I heard. So I heard our colleague said that she's not holding it up, but if we send it to government ops, isn't that holding it up? We don't vote for it today? Thank you.
That is not correct.
Thank you, and I do believe that will help you on your vote to send this to council, because that's what we're voting on. I just want to be perfectly clear. If the bar is we're not sending it because it didn't go through committee, I want to point out that the appointment before this did not go through committee, and you gladly sent it. No conversation, no discussion. So if we're going to be fair, let's be fair. Let's not make this personal. If we agree we like the work that he's doing, if we agree we need an advocate on that board, if we looked at this resume, we had a conversation with talking to him, I believe I heard my colleague say there was no issue with him being on the board, then that is fine. What I don't want us to do, though, is to hold this up for personal reasons. So,
Yeah.
this is now the roll call vote to send this to council.
You can bring it back as a reconsideration.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no. Is there another motion
Thank you.
concerning this appointment?
Could you repeat that, Madam Chair?
I said 4 yes, 3 no. Is there another motion concerning this appointment?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the second ward.
can we send that back to,
What you can do is keep it here, because the vote to send it back has already been voted down.
okay, so can we, let this remain here in special affairs?
Is there support? Moved and properly supported by the colleague in the first ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Alamin? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
Sounds good. The vote is 4 yes, 3 no, so that resolution fails. Moving on to ordinance 40426.1, which is the amended Ordinance Code, amended ordinance chapter 24, housing, article 4, fair chance, access to rental housing, sections 24 through 114 to 24 through 127. What is the pleasure of this body?
Madam Chair,
Councilman in the first ward.
I'd like to move Resolution 240426.1T to council.
It's been moved. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair,
Councilman in the first ward.
we had some discussion on this prior to having some individuals from the nation outside come and do a presentation. And one of the main concerns in that resolution from some of the colleagues was the issue about the CSCs. That has been addressed. I had the opportunity to work with the attorney in making those corrections, which is presented in the new resolution. I think it's very important that we support a resolution addressing the Fair Housing Act for people coming out of prison and jail, me being someone that's a recipient of that, of a second chance. I think this is important with 42% of our population has a felony conviction record in the city of Flint and Genesee County, and housing is one of the most important things to, one, reintegrating back into the community. So definitely, when we talk about reducing recidivism and things of that nature and promoting equity and community stability, this is a vital piece of legislation that I hope can get the support and that can go to council, and I definitely will be supporting this. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Anyone else in the first round? All right, anyone else in the second round? All right, so you go, Madam Chair, we're in the second round.
I believe I didn't hear anyone else in the second round.
Madam Chair, I do have a question.
Go ahead, Councilwoman in the fifth ward.
On page, and I don't know who, the city attorney, Madam Chair, through you to the city attorney. I'm looking at page 6, number 4, B4. Conviction for felonies committed within the last 10 years or imprisonment for felonies within the last 5 years, or
Page 6.
or it goes into number 5, number 6, and number 7. So, are we saying that they can't apply for housing until after 10 years?
Yes.
Whoa, that's a long time. That's a long time. That's not helping them at all. And I know of a situation whereas someone here in the city got out of prison and they got a job at GM. They were able to get a job at GM, want to start their life over, stay with their mom for 3 years or so, got a job at GM, making good money, and was denied housing. That's not right. How are they expected to come and get into society and not be able to get a place to live? And they gotta wait 10 years? We're not helping them. I can't vote on this ordinance right now as it is worded. I just can't. We need to do something about that. Yeah.
Councilwoman, you are able to make amendments on this ordinance.
Well, we'll have to make amendments on this ordinance, but tonight I will not be sending this to council as worded. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else, okay, go ahead.
This one and also the community benefits agreement. I know we don't generally do working sessions because this is so big for our community with the number of returning citizens who are felons. This really needs to be in a working session to get some input back from them, along with this community benefits agreement. 5 to 10 years is not going to help people. When they come out, they need housing. And a lot of them, what they're having to do is rely on relatives to put apartments and housing in their name. And that makes it difficult. I mean, if we're really going to help them to where we can help them coming out. And I just don't, this I think needs some work. I don't mind a working session, and even with like the community benefits, because we never really, even though, and I wanted to say, yes, we can amend it on the floor, but some things require discussion. And these are big to our community. You know, these are huge things, and we get steamrolled over if you don't fall in line. And it's unfortunate. Yeah, it's not just as simple as an amendment, because we may want to have a panel of people here to ask them, because it's their lives, and where they could tell us, you know, in a working session, like, what are some of your difficulties? What would you like to see in a working session? So each council member has a need. For myself, I would like to see that, because they face different hurdles that we may not know. We may not know. And as this stands, and yes, we can make amendments. I'm not ready to make an amendment on this tonight, so I'm gonna yield the floor to listen to my other colleagues.
Anybody else in the second round of discussion? Councilman in the 8th Ward.
Madam Chair, through you to the city attorney. What is the definition? Is there a legal definition for violent felony? Obviously, I know like murder, assault, like what, is there a specific definition to violent? Like that seems kind of broad, I guess.
Yes, we'd have to look at the city's criminal offense code, and then we could define it that way.
I guess to my colleague in the 5th Ward, within the last 10 years, and a conviction for violent or drug-related felony, to me, that the amount of people that we would narrowly hit, what's the point of this resolution? So you got to be homeless for 10 years, and it can't be a drug related felony, which could, I mean, a drug related felony 5 years ago could have been marijuana. Is that it?
True. And was.
So, yeah, I'm with my colleagues. This is not ready for prime time. So I'll be a no sending it to council. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion? Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
Thank you. So about this ordinance here. This ordinance was initially brought to us when we were in the dome, when we were getting chambers redone. And that's been approximately 2 years ago. And
Point of information.
go ahead.
What is your point of information?
We didn't receive the ordinance at that time, or not the one in its present form. We received the one in present form at least by December 4th.
Okay, so thank you, Ms. Priestley. But my point is,
May
that-
I would like to
I'm
add a
sorry.
point of information. While we did not receive the one in its present form until December, this was before us, before December, in another form, that said almost the same thing about the 10 years.
And thank you so much, Madam Chair, for clearing that up. And so we had Nation Outside come down. We had different members from Nation Outside come, and they spoke adamantly about why they think this should be supported. And so initially, Councilwoman Worthing and myself, we were working on this so we can get some relief, Ms. Priestley. And so then when Ms. Worthing resigned, then Mr. El Alamin, he picked up the ball for his passion that he has for returning citizen. And so, again, this has been before us for a long time. And so we wrote it up. And through you, to you, Madam Chair, do you remember exactly when because we amended this, because we had colleagues that said that they had issues with the way it was written, that it didn't have the provision about sexual offenders. Exactly. And so then we had the councilman go back, and he amended it. And so then our colleagues took a 2-month break, and so then we were in December. We had the same ordinance. And so tonight, to hear my colleagues say that they have suggestions, but they're not willing to put them on the floor tonight in this working committee. See, we keep talking about working sessions. This is the working session. Whenever we show up for work, this is our working session. So if we're sitting here and we're not working, what are we doing? We shouldn't be sitting here. We're not talking about having backdoor sessions. We want to make sure that I have the same information that my colleagues have. I want to make sure that you all have what I have, so you all can make the best decision possible for your wards and for this city. And so to hear that colleagues are stating that they refuse to support this because of what is written, and they refuse to support amending this so we can have an additional meeting, knowing that we have had a historic amount of extra meetings here. Instead of having colleagues sit in the audience, instead of having colleagues do business offline, we need to make sure that we're doing what's right. And so I would like to plead with my colleagues. Let's get the work done while we're here. I'm here for the work, nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else in the second round of discussion, I will take my time. The only thing that I can say at this point is the fact that when it comes to this ordinance, the next ordinance, and the memorandum of understanding, all of these things, the common theme is these things have come before us for months. We've had months to read things. We've had months to make adjustments. We have months to make amendments. There have been some of these things where amendments were already made. There doesn't need to be a separate working session, because the whole point of committee is that we do the work in the committees. All of this stuff was already in committee. Again, we are behind the curve on so much city business because it's time after time after time, we're postponing, we're moving, we're not voting, we're not doing. When it's stuff that we've had in our inboxes, in our mailboxes for I don't know how long. At some point, the commitment has to be, when it comes to your email, read the agendas, read the ordinances, read the stuff that we are given. We have ample time to be prepared. It is 6:51. We should have been in council at this point, but we have to belabor every point to say the same thing. Mr. Woodson, that is your first warning, to say the same thing over and over again of, we already had this stuff. We've already had time to read it. We've already had time to make amendments. We keep doing the same thing and then wondering why city business is so slow. We have a responsibility to read this stuff when it comes before us. This clearly is not moving tonight. This clearly is moving backwards tonight. So I will entertain the motion so that we can move on, so that I can entertain the motion to move the next thing back as well. Councilwoman in the second ward.
So I would like to make the motion to send this back to the legislative. All right, send it back to legislative so we can do the work again.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilperson in the first ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. This has been referred back to the Committee of Legislative Affairs. Moving on to Resolution 240430.1-T. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the second ward.
I would like to make a motion to send this to council.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilperson in the fourth ward. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the sixth
This
ward.
is the community benefits agreement,
Yes,
last one.
yes, ma'am.
Through you to Attorney Gurley, can you describe what this benefit agreement will do?
Yes, Councilwoman, there are several levels to this ordinance, and it would depend on the amount of money that the developer is spending with the city, from $20 million down to, I think it's $100,000.
And so this would be in lieu of, so the community benefits agreement, which is something I was concerned about, and I know some other colleagues, because when it came out that people were getting checks from businesses doing business with the city of Flint, I felt that we needed a community benefits agreement to kind of cut that out. And I know when I first sent it to the attorneys, because it murkies the water with projects, with their nonprofits that they have. And so the community benefits agreement, one of the gentlemen, he was here before, not a big industry. I know he was concerned about having the community benefits agreement. And I sent it to, when we first finally got the first copy, one of the biggest concerns is I have a lot of community first projects in my ward, and was it something that that was that it was feasible for them? And
I can answer that for you.
no, I don't need you to. They already did for me.
Okay.
I talked to Glenn, in essence. I already did that. And so having this community benefits agreement, I think it's clear if you're doing business. I think business, as we're looking at Ashley Capital growing, we just approved Nanograph 2 of 10 buildings. They have another, once they finish this one and break ground, they'll have 8 more to go. And then we have the microchip company, which a lot of that business will filter in here. And then the marijuana, weed's popular. So I think that having this, to me, it's
Point of
important.
order, or point of information.
Please pause the time. What is your point of information?
There's no chip company coming into Flint.
Let me finish. It's the township, Monday Township.
That's right, so that has nothing to do with the benefits.
Yeah,
agreement.
mind your
Thank you.
business. Let me finish.
Thank you.
Mind your
Point of
business.
order.
No, listen.
No.
Please. I would ask that all colleagues stay respectful. Councilwoman
And
Burns, this
Nanograph
is your
is a chip
time.
company.
Councilwoman Burns, this is your time. Please
Thank you.
continue.
Point of order.
See, this is.
What rule has been breached?
Well, the rule of decorum, the councilwoman in the fourth ward utilized her time, her motion, her privileged motion, and then our councilwoman in the sixth ward disrespectfully told her, mind your business.
All right.
Nanograph is a chip company.
Please hold. Let me
Nanograph
rule on this real quick.
Well, what is it?
Hold on.
Well, battery, and it's
Listen,
also dealing with some chips. So thank you very much.
Councilwoman Burns, I have the floor. Me. Before you did your point of order, I actually did address the comment that was made. I asked her to stay respectful and reminded everyone else she now has the floor. So we'll let her get through her 2 minutes. Thank you.
So as they are on 10 over here, and this has got to stop because of their stuff, they're mad isn't passing. So battery, yes. Also microchip, the Monday Township. She could have used her own time. And so as we're having business that's coming to Flint, we're gonna need community benefits agreements so that council people who have nonprofits don't ask for checks to their nonprofits anymore. And so this will settle that, it should hopefully stop that. that Cyrus Park received $1,500 from a company doing business. So I am I'm excited to have this because many of these projects are important projects. Because when you take money from a business doing business with the city of Flint, and then you turn around and vote to give them a $72 million tax abatement, and then $3.25 million of ARPA funds, it taints the process. So having a community benefits agreement will benefit Flint as a whole, so that we're focused on the residents. We're not asking them to donate to our nonprofits. They have a community benefits agreement, and the monies, or however the community benefits is designed by the amount that their business is, it doesn't taint the process. And I will, I support this because we needed to clear that process up. So I'm going to yield the floor to my colleagues.
Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair,
Councilman in the first ward.
I definitely think we should support this community benefit resolution. When we had a good example is when we had some folks from the medical marijuana dispensaries and so forth came in and they wanted to give back to the community. Having this community benefit in place will have something outlined in which it can be more beneficial to the community than just giving out turkeys and book bags, which is nice things to do. But when you have companies that's making millions of dollars, I think the residents and the community could benefit a lot more better. So having that in place is going to really help us from an economic growth standpoint, as well as it's some things and some language in that resolution that's going to make sure that local individuals like contractors, local for instance, black contractors that don't get a lot of opportunities on a lot of these jobs that's coming into the community, whether it's businesses being development or construction projects, yet you don't see no one from the city and so forth getting an opportunity on these jobs, and that will kind of help level the playing field out. So this is a very important resolution. I think definitely, hopefully my colleagues will support, because it will put us in a better position to benefit when economic development and companies and things are trying to come into the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
Benefit agreements was near and dear to Councilperson's Quincy Murphy's heart. He constantly asked, especially marijuana companies, about their benefits agreement. And I know that he worked on this. So reading it, I have no problems with it. I do want to make sure that people understand that the company that is going in Mundy Township, supposedly still, I don't know where it's standing, as I know people who are very much against that, who are on the Mundy Township board, but they are not coming to Flint, and they will not be providing benefits agreements to here. Also, excuse me, this is my time.
Excuse me,
Point of order.
talking to her about something else.
I can hear you very plainly.
All right, please refrain from the back and forth. It is Councilwoman Priestley's time. Please be respectful as she is trying to speak, and extra conversation is distracting. Thank you.
I also want to clear up the fact that Sarvis Park did not request money from Ashley Capital, that they heard that there was a need and they gave it. So, and that came right from Ashley Capital's mouth. So let's be clear that benefits agreement helps the entire city, and we need to get this approved so that we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the first round of discussion? Councilman in the 8th ward.
Through you to the city attorney. Madam City Attorney, where does it say that the, and maybe I just can't find it, where does it say that the community benefit will be, what the dollar value is, or if it's in line with the size of their project?
It's under the definitions where they list what is a tier 1, tier 2, and Tier 3 project.
Where does that lists out the size of the projects, but where does it say that a Tier 1 project will be of X amount of value in relationship to the overall project budget? Where does it state that?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Meaning if it's a $20 million project, they're gonna have a $1 million community benefit. I'm just throwing it out there. Like where, or are they gonna be mowing lawn in a half-acre park?
No.
Like where does it state that the benefit agreement itself will be of a certain value or of a certain community benefit defined by the size of the project? I see it outlines the different tiers, but it doesn't, I can't find where it states where a Tier 1 project will be of a certain quality or quantity versus a Tier 3 project. And where does it state that, like a Tier 3 project, which is the lower value, will be handing out turkeys and backpacks to the gentleman's point in the first ward, versus a Tier 1 project will be, building a park or something like that. Does it state anything that would define what the community benefit value will be?
Let me scroll through the rest of this document to see where that may lie.
I'll look for your feedback, but I don't see anywhere where it states that a Tier 1 project could be a $20 million project, and it states that, the community benefit agreement may be to hold a picnic. Like, there's nothing that states in here that, and I'll yield to my colleagues to show me where this will be. Do you see it?
Yeah, so if you go to 25-3, Section C. The community benefits, and then you go down to 3, the community benefits provided reflect the scale of and are in proportion to the public support approved.
And what's the proportion? That's what I want to know. What is a $20 million project community agreement look like versus a $10 million project community benefit agreement? Just so that, we're putting this out there, and all community benefit agreements should be apples to apples if the project is requiring the same thing.
And then, I'm sorry, number 7, where possible, provide means to measure value and assess the factors discussed Tier 1, 2, and 3 projects to the citywide advisory council. So, basically what this is saying is this is going to go before the advisory council, and then.
Which we don't have the advisory council.
I have somebody appointed that shows up. I don't know what y'all got going. But what is also, can you pause this time? Can you pause this time? Can we put him back at 120?
No, it's fine.
You fine?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, so then just pause it. He's fine with that. But this, what this is saying is that this is going to go before that advisory council, and then every board, so depending on which ward is going to be impacted. So if the project is happening in your ward, right now the citywide advisory council is a 9-member council, right? And so then if it's something that's going to directly impact a certain zone or certain feet or whatever in your ward would get 2 more representatives on that council. And then from there, because if you read through it, it also states that there will be, that the residents can decide what that looks like. And then it also states that there is going to be some sort of help from our planning and development department with suggestions in what proportion it looks like in terms of that project. So they will also be guided by our planning and development department on what proportion it looks like, and then the dollar amount that you would attach to proportionate. You want to start it back? Okay, go ahead.
I hear what you're saying, but we're not giving those values to the citywide advisory committee or anybody else. So, people come and go on board. So if we have a $20 million project tomorrow, they may be under different guidelines or different people on that CWAC committee that may not hold it up to the previous $20 million. So we need to give them guidelines, and I think that we need to somehow make this dollar for dollar, apples to apples on the tiers, meaning, you know, and I don't know what that dollar value is, you know, is a tier one, the $20 million, a $100,000 type of community benefit agreement where it does whatever it is, and, you know, and that's the bar? I don't know.
Is there anyone else who would like the floor? I don't think we're still in the first round. In the first round of discussion, 6, 1, 4, and 8 have all gone. So 2 and 5, if you wish to have time, you may. Yes, ma'am. Okay. No? All right. So I will take my time for the first round of discussion. Actually, I won't. Moving on to the second round of discussion. Is there anyone who would like to speak? Second round. Councilman.
Madam.
Okay, go
Madam
ahead.
Chair,
Mhm.
you know, I do hear what, I'm looking at the different tiers. I do hear what Councilman Pfeiffer is saying about the tiers and needing to, you know, have some type of value there. I don't see it.
Would you like to call Emily up so that she can talk to the,
Yeah.
Emily?
Yeah, Emily, can you sprint up here?
Because I know that her department is going to be a lot of what helps them decide what is proportionate.
Looking at the tiers, Emily,
I think it was.
how can we change that to, you heard the conversation that Pfeiffer and the questions he's asking. What can we do?
So it depends. I've looked at a lot of other cities, and one of the issues is that different businesses have different appeals. So I guess, and I say appeals, like if there's a business that is a tier 1, but only is going to create X number of jobs, you might feel differently about it than a tier 2 that's going to create 10 times the number of jobs. Because the community benefit, if it's tied to the, and this is where the language gets weird, how much money that they are going to be, is it how much money that they're actually like value that they're receiving from the city versus how big the project is, and those are two very different things. Like Ashley Capital, yes, that was a $72 million brownfield. So that's obviously a very big brownfield plan. We obviously have talked about that a lot. But if you look at the number of jobs, you know, if you look at Nanograph, well, Nanograph is 150 jobs. Well, Ashley Capital, you know, you can say, well, are both of them treated the same, even though those are two very, like, Nanograph is a $0 money from the city, actually. So then are they, even though, so this is the problem, is that you can't, like.
Please pause the time.
Yeah.
There's a request from.
Yeah.
So if there's no public dollar value that they're requesting, they wouldn't be requested for a community benefits agreement.
Well, it depends. It depends how you want to look at it. They specifically have a community benefits agreement that the Federal Department of Energy is requiring, so that's not important. Like, they're going to have lots of community benefits. It just hasn't been approved yet by the federal government, so we don't have the details. But do you want someone like that, even if they are taking $0, but because they are? It's just do you just want it to be the size of the project, or do you want it to be tied to how much money that they are benefit or value that they're getting from the city? Those are just very different things. And I don't have an answer for you. Some cities do it one way, other cities do it the other. I doubt that there will ever be another Ashley Capital project with that big of a brownfield, just because that's we don't have that much land. So you won't really have a lot of tier 1s. Because even tier 1, 20 million, that's a lot of value versus the size of the project. There's lots of $20 million projects. So
we don't want to lock ourselves out of people. Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Is Councilwoman in the second ward, did you want the floor?
Yes. looking at this ordinance, which we've had for several months, it is the different tiers touch on the different levels of investment in the city per, it's per how much money the organizations are, requesting from the city. And this is a great ordinance. We had colleagues say several times that we need this, that we need this. We had colleagues state on the record that, that we should have had this in place before we made, deals with Ashley Capital and so forth. Well, this is the work. This is the agreement. This is a stepping stone so we can be on the winning side and to make sure that we're doing things in the best interest of the residents. Putting this off is doing such a disservice because as we get investments coming into the city, they're not entitled to do anything because we have nothing in place. So I would like to just encourage my colleagues to please, let's go ahead and pass some good ordinances because that's what council members are supposed to do. We're not supposed to, make podcasts. That's not why we're here. We're here for the passing of ordinances and for the passing of budgets. That's why we were elected. When you look at our description, this is what we do. And we also do some constituent service. Let's not operate outside of our job capacity. What we need to do is to make sure that we pass good ordinances, good. Okay, I'm going to stop talking because I guess I'm going to stop talking. So, do you all have something?
Actually, Councilwoman in the second ward, I was clarifying something with our colleagues, but you can continue your time or you can yield the floor.
Okay, thank you. And so, all right, so glad to see the audience is here and live and well. So just please be live and well as you hear us attempt to bring great ordinances so this city will benefit. So let's clap for the passing of ordinances that are changing, that could change the lives, especially the lives of the North Side. But clearly, people don't come for good business. People come for entertainment. And so as we continue to have live reactions, I want to make sure that I get mine on now, because I know it will be spoke about on the next 5-hour show. Absolutely. Let's react to passing good government, because this is what we're here for. All right, like, share, and also donate. That help you out? Thank you.
Can I get the floor, Madam Chair?
Yeah, Emily, did she go away?
She's talking.
Okay. Oh, that's okay. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round of
Madam
discussion?
Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th ward. Ms. Dewar, can you join us really quickly? Thank you.
So I do want to say this. Having a community benefits agreement, podcasts help to inform people that we have council members who take checks and get then vote to give $72 million tax abatements, and that when Susan and Mark were telling me in the basement, she asked.
Not a tax abatement. A brownfield is not a tax abatement.
Brownfield.
Brownfield.
And she
Not a
voted
tax
to
abatement.
give 3.25 of our ARPA money, and then voted to give herself $75,000 of ARPA money. So.
Request for information.
Point of order.
What's your point of order?
The gentleman in the first row is whistling.
Sir, I'm going to call you to order. Please stop whistling. What's your request for information?
I'm just saying through you to the clerk. Was my name on any resolution to give myself $75,000?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Burns,
So
please
I'm going to clear
continue.
this up. The state of Michigan it is as the incorporator and originator. So let's be clear. So I do want to say this not about her failed podcast, but she does need to click like and share. I would appreciate it. Your failed podcast. I can inform people. Ashley Capital is important. Emily, how do we enforce this to make sure that a benefit agreement, because I had to address the nonsense, how do we make sure that they do this? If they have to, whatever their agreement is, and if they fail to do what is required, what's our recourse?
I think it depends on what value they're getting. And I
Okay.
think that's important. I think that there's value that the city can be awarding to these developers, and some of it's going to be land, and some of that land might have had a demolition, and that demolition costs money. Some of it might be land, and it is below market value because there's remediation that's required. Some of it might be a tax abatement, which is a specific abatement that freezes taxes, and then they don't have to pay more. Some of it might be a brownfield plan, which they pay full taxes,
Right.
but they still have that as a layered on for their development.
Right.
These are all very different. In a capital stack of a development, these all are treated very differently and have different values. And so I just think you've got to be thoughtful about the type of value that the city is offering, and then the trigger of then what the amount is per the value, and then also the enforcement. Brownfield plans have to be paid out annually, so that's easier. Tax abatements are annual,
Right.
easy.
Right.
A land value, that's a one-time purchase, right? A one-time sale. So those are going to be treated differently with enforcement.
Okay, and I appreciate that, because like I said, this will stop. Ashley Capital received a great deal with Councilwoman Lewis's $1,500 check to her nonprofit. So I'm glad that we have got this, and that council members won't be asking their nonprofits to get money anymore and not taking care of the people. So with failed podcasts. Thank you, Emily.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair,
Councilman in the first ward.
Ms. Emily. So by this having to still go through like the city advisory and so forth, so if we run into those examples as you just mentioned, as different tiers and so forth, will you guys have an opportunity to judge it from whatever tier that might be being presented and make amendments and things like that if need be?
So the way that the draft ordinance in front of you is written, it would be a lot of community input, right? Because it does require people, residents who are from the direct area that is impacted, as well as people from other parts of the city. And so I think yes, but I think it's going to be I think we can staff those meetings. I think that it will definitely have be very resident driven. It's not going to be a decision being made by me and my staff. It's going to be very resident driven, is how it reads right now. That we will be staffing those meetings, spending a lot of time putting those meetings together, but then they will be making the recommendation, those residents, per the draft in front of you.
Is there a specific version, like you have an opportunity to see different versions of community benefit packages? Is it one in particular that you really think is a good one that could?
I mean, capitalism kind of sucks everywhere. So I say this because nobody's doing it really great. Nobody is. But I think it's also hard with our scale of city. Most cities our size do not have an ordinance like this. Cities like, Detroit has one, but they're 7 times our size. Chicago has one, well, they're 20 times our, more than that. But anyway, long story short, it's hard. We don't have a lot of comparables that are our size. And I also think that I will say that we have a lot of tools and a lot of land. I think that that's one thing to think about. The city of Flint has a lot of opportunities around land that we own, that the land bank owns, that a lot of other communities don't, because they don't have, it's a kind of a positive way to look at what is our blight and our having demolition happening all over the city. That means that we have a lot of land, and so we have a lot of land for building, and other cities don't have that. So I'm sorry if I'm not being direct.
No, that's very helpful. It just kind of speaks to how important having something in place than not having anything at all. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there is no one else, I will take my time. I'm actually going to read a little bit from this ordinance. I don't need you, Emily. Thank you. Just talking about the community engagement process. So once there's a benefit agreement in place that has been agreed upon between the developer and the Citywide Advisory Council, it then comes to council for council to approve. One of my colleagues asked the question about making sure that, how do we make sure that they keep up with their end of the agreement? And here it talks about if someone is suspected of not keeping up with their end of the agreement. It talks about the fact that the director shall facilitate at least 2 meetings per calendar year. I'm gonna skip that part. It says the Citywide Advisory Council shall review any allegations of violations of the community benefits provisions provided to it by the developer and may report violations to the Enforcement Committee in writing. Upon receipt of written notification of allegations of violation from the Citywide Advisory Council, the Enforcement Committee shall investigate such allegations and shall present their written findings to the Citywide Advisory Council based upon the following: whether the developer is in compliance with the community benefits provision, how the community benefits provision will be enforced, or how violations will be mitigated. And then the findings of the Enforcement Committee shall be presented to the Neighborhood Advisory Council no later than 21 days from the date of the violation. Go ahead, please pause my time. Go ahead.
Do you think it's wise to write a ordinance that dictates so much responsibility to a board that we can't populate?
So here's a couple of things. Again, us not being able to populate it is an us problem. The reality is, again, I have a person that is appointed and that shows up for the meetings. If you have people who you appoint to boards and they're not showing up, you can reach out to that person, call that person on your own, ask them if they still want to be a part of that board, because I've had to do that in the past when someone that was appointed prior to me, but I had to ask them, are you still interested in being a part of that board? You need to show up for the meetings. And in which case, if they're not, then petition that board and say, hey, maybe remove this person, see what you can do, bring them before council, see if council can remove the person. But at some point, council does have to take some responsibility in making sure we keep our appointments someone that's actually going to show up. That's the bottom line with that, of we have to make sure whomever we appoint is really committed to doing the job. Going back to this, the findings of the Enforcement Committee shall be presented to the Neighborhood Advisory Council no later than 21 days from the date of the violations were reported to the Enforcement Committee, unless the need for additional time is reported to City Council and the Neighborhood Advisory Committee within the original 21-day time frame. So there are mechanisms in place if there is a violation of this ordinance. I would strongly suggest that my colleagues read this ordinance. I think it is well written, like Emily said. This is one of those things with all of the ordinances from other cities that we studied, is the fact that there's no perfect answer. We have an opportunity now to go forward and see if this works in the way that and if it does, then we're good. We can make amendments at any time. Thank you. This is the roll call vote to send this to council. And this is ordinance 240430.1. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mushat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
The vote
Madam
is 5
Clerk.
yes. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Clerk, I'm gonna change mine to no. I don't have that. The one that you got it.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no. What is the pleasure of the body? There is a motion by the councilman in the 8th ward to send this back to legislative. Is there support? Supported by the councilwoman in the 6th ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mushat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. This has been sent back to legislative committee. There's a motion to adjourn by the councilman in the 8th ward, supported by the councilwoman in the 6th ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mushat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. The time is now 7:27 p.m. Monday, January 13th. I now adjourn this Special Affairs Committee meeting.
No, they changed it. They're two different, yeah. Yeah. So, so yeah, that's what that is.
I think we're ready to come on with
So could the attorney and the colleagues please take their seats so we can start the council meeting? Thank you.
Oh, let me change this, get rid of that.
All right, Madam Clerk, are you ready?
I should have eaten while we were on break.
Okay, the time is 7:58 PM, and I am calling this special city council meeting to order for the purpose of electing a city council president. Before we start, we will take the roll call. Mr. Alamin?
Present.
Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Mr. Jarrett is absent. You have 7 members present. The last council meeting where council took votes by rounds would have been December 16th. And at that meeting, we left off, the last round was round 454. And the last vote was cast by Ms. Lewis. So we're going to start today with round 455, starting with Ms. Priestley. And again, when I call your name, you will just state the name of the council person that you wish to elect as council president. So we'll start with Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Alamin.
Mashat.
Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 456. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley. That's 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 457. Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
It's 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 458. Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
It's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 459. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 460. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat,
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 461. Ms. Lewis,
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley,
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat,
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 462. Ms. Priestley,
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat,
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Jarrett, I'm sorry, is not in. He's absent, sorry. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis,
Mashat.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 463. Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat,
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis,
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 464. Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat,
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis,
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley,
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 465. Ms. Mashat,
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis,
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley,
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 466. Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis,
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley,
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 467. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis,
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley,
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat,
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 468. Ms. Lewis,
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley,
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Jerry Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat,
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 469. Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 470. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
It's 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 471. Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 472. Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 473. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
That's 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 474. Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Ms.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 475. Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 476. Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 477. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
That's 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 478.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Candace Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 479. Ms. Mashat? Candace Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 480. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 481. Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 482. Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Alamin? 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 483. Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
It's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 484. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
It's 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 485. Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
It's 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 486. Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
That is 4 votes for Ms. Winfrey, I'm sorry, for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 487. Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Ms. Lewis,
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley,
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. That's 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 488. Mr. Alamin, Ms. Lewis,
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley,
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 489. Ms. Lewis,
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley,
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat, Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. It's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 490. Ms. Priestley,
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat, Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 491. Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat, Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Ms. Lewis,
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 492. Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat, Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Ms. Lewis,
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley,
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 493. Ms. Mashat, Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Ms. Lewis,
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley,
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 494. Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Ms. Lewis,
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley,
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 495. Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 496. Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 497. Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 498. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
That's 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 499. Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
It's 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 500. Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Madam Chair, or Clerk,
Yes, Ms. Priestley.
like to make a motion to postpone this, the organization of City Council, Vice President, as well as President, and other officers and committees to the end of the agenda.
Support.
Motion was made by Ms. Priestley, seconded by Ms. Mashat, to postpone the organization of City Council, President, Vice President, and other officers to the end of the agenda. And since this is the first roll call vote, we will start with Mr. Alamin. Yes. Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
No.
Ms. Burns.
No.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
No.
Mr. Jarrett is absent. The vote is 4 yes, 3 no. Motion fails. So that takes us to round 501. And returning to the vote on rounds, that is going to be Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? It's 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 502. Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 503. Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 504. Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis is not in. That's 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 505. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
It's 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 506. Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Oops. Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 507. Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis is absent. Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Mashat. 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 508. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis is absent. Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 509. Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis is absent. Ms. Priestley?
Mashat?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
That's 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 510. Ms. Priestley?
Mashat?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? That's 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 511. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Priestley?
Mashat?
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 512. Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Priestley?
Mashat?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 513. Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Priestley?
Mashat?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 514. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Priestley?
Mashat?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 515. Mr. Alamin? Ms. Priestley?
Mashat?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 516. Ms. Priestley?
Mashat?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 517. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 518. Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 519. Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 520. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 521. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 522. Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 523. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 524. Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 525. Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 526. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat.
Madam Chair, Clerk,
Yes, Ms. Priestley?
I'm making the same motion again. I would like to postpone this until the end of the agenda so that we can get the city business completed.
Okay, that's a motion made by Ms. Priestley, supported by Mr. Alamin to postpone the organization of council vote for president, vice president, other committees until
Madam
the
Clerk,
end of agenda. I'm
can
sorry.
you make the same motion once it has already failed?
For this purpose, yes, it's not voting on a
Okay, thank you.
agenda item. Okay, let's see. Oops, 1 second. Ms. Lewis, okay. Ms. Lewis is absent. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. El Alamin?
No.
The vote is 2 yes, 4 no. Motion fails. So that brings us back 2 rounds with number 527. And we will start with Mr. El Alamin. Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
That's 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 528. Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Three votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 529. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
That's 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 530. Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis is not in, I'm sorry. Absent. Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
That's 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 531. Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
It's 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 532. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. 533. Mr. Alamin? Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 534. Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 535. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 536. Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 537. Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 538. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 539. Mr. Alamin? Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
That's 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 540. Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Jerry Winfrey Carter.
Sarah Alamin? That's 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Around 541. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis? Is not in. Sorry, absent. Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 542. Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 543. Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 544. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 548. Mr. Alamin? I'm sorry, 545. It's round 545. Mr. Alamin said Ms. Mashat. Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 546. Ms. Priestley,
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat, Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 547. Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat, Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 548. Ms. Burns,
Jerry Simone Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat, Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Ms. Priestley,
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 549. Ms. Mashat, Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Ms. Priestley,
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 550. Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Ms. Priestley,
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. It's 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 551. Mr. Alamin, Ms. Lewis,
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley,
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
It's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 552. Ms. Lewis,
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley,
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 553. Ms. Priestley,
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 554. Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis,
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 555. Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis,
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley,
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 556. Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis,
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley, Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 557. Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis,
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley, Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 558. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis,
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley, Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 559. Ms. Lewis,
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley, Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat, Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. El Alamin. That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 560. Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 561. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis? Ms. Priestley? 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 562. Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 563. Ms. Mashat? Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 564. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Three votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. 565. Mr. El Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Ms. Priestley?
I'm making the motion again to postpone this reorganization of the city council until after the city business is completed.
Is there a second for Ms. Priestley's motion?
Support.
Supported by Ms. Mashat to postpone the organization of city council president, vice president, and committees votes until the end of the agenda. And Lewis was absent the last time, Ms. Priestley, so that is going to be, I want to make sure. Actually, it's going to start with Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Alamin? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no. That motion fails. That takes us to round 566, starting with Ms. Lewis. For President, Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 567. Ms. Priestley. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Jerry Simone Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis. Four votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 568. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. And Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Jarrett is not here, and I don't know why I said his name. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley. 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 569. Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 570. Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Ms. Lewis,
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley, Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 571. Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Ms. Lewis,
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley, Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 572. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis,
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley, Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
It's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 573. Ms. Lewis,
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley, Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat, Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, round 574. Ms. Priestley. Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat, Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 575. Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat, Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Ms. Lewis,
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley. It's 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 576. Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Ms. Lewis,
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 577. Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey-Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 578. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 579. Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 580. Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Four votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 581. Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 582. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Excuse me, Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley? 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 583. Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley,
Ms. Shad.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 584. Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 585. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 586. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 587. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. 588. Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Jarrett is not here, sorry. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis. 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. 589. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
It's 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 590. Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
It's 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 591. Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Ms. Lewis, Ms. Priestley, Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 592. Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Ms. Lewis, Ms. Priestley, Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 593. Mr. Alamin, Ms. Lewis, Ms. Priestley, Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 594. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Priestley, Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat, Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 594, 595. Ms. Priestley, Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat, Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Ms. Lewis,
Mashat.
4 for Ms. Mashat, 3 for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 596. Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat, Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Ms. Lewis,
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley. 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 597. Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat, Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Ms. Lewis,
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 598. Ms. Mashat, Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Ms. Lewis,
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley, Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 599. Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Ms. Lewis,
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? That's 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 1 vote for Ms. Priestley. Round 600. Mr. Alamin? Ms. Priestley? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 601. Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 602. Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 603. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley? 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 604. Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 605. Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. round 606. Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Ms. Lewis,
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley, Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Pfeiffer. I'm sorry,
Winfrey
Ms.
Carter.
Mashat, I'm sorry. Ms. Mashat, sorry. Sorry about that. 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 607. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis,
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley, Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
That's 1 vote for Ms. Lewis, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 608. Ms. Lewis,
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley, Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat, Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 609. Ms. Priestley, Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat, Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis,
Candace Mashat.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Around 610. Just 1 second. Sorry about that. Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat, Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Ms. Lewis,
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley. 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 611. Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat, Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 612. Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 613. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 614. Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 615. Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 616. Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Thank you. I would like to make a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn by Ms. Lewis, supported by Ms. Priestley. Just want to make sure I have this motion, next vote right. Just 1 second.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
And the vote is 4 yes, 3 no. Motion fails. Which takes us to round 617. And that is going to be round 617, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Kenneth Sherrill Mashat.
Ms. Priestley. 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 618. Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns. Ms. Mashat. I'm on a roll tonight. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 619. Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat. 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 620. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 621. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 622. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. It's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 623. Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 624. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 625. Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 626. Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 627. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin is not in. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 628. Mr. Alamin is not in. Ms. Lewis,
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley, Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
That's 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 629. Ms. Lewis,
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley, Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat, Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 630. Ms. Priestley. Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat, Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. L. Alving, Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 631. Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat, Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Ms. Lewis,
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley. 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 632. Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat, Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Ms. Lewis,
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 633. Ms. Mashat, Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Ms. Lewis,
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley, oh, sorry. Ms. Priestley is not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Takes takes us to round 634. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley is not in. I can't see, sorry. Ms. Priestley is not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 635. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley is not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 636. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley is absent. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 637. Ms. Priestley is absent. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 638. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley is absent. Three votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 639. Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 640. Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley? Is absent. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. 641. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Around 642. Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 643. Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 644. Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 645. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 646. Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis? She's not in?
She stepped out.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 647. Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
That's Ms. Winfrey Carter. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis. Not in. Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 648. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis is not in. Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 649. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Ms. Winfrey. Ms. Winfrey. Ms. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Shocker. Round 670. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Did I jump way high? Okay, I did. I'm sorry, I am skipping. This is round 650. And we have Ms. Lewis with Candace Mashat, Ms. Priestley with Candace Mashat, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 651. Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Ms. Lewis. 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 652. Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Candace?
There's 2 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 653. Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat?
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
2 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 654. Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Candace?
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 2 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 655. Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. I'm sorry, Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat?
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 2 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 656. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat?
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 2 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 657. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat?
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Alamin. That's 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 2 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 1 vote for Mr. Alamin. round 658. Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat. 2 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Madam Clerk,
Ms. Lewis?
yes, I would like to put a motion on the floor to adjourn.
Support. Motion to adjourn by Ms. Lewis, supported by Mr. Alamin. Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Alamin? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
The vote is 4 yes, 2 no. Motion to adjourn fails. Brings us to round 659. And Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Ms. Mashat.
2 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 660. Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
2 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 661. Ms. Mashat. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 2 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 662. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 2 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 663. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Alamin. 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 2 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 664. Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 2 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 665. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Excuse me, Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
2 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 666. Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
2 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 667. Ms. Mashat. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 2 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 668. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 2 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 669. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Alamin. 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 2 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 1 vote for Mr. Alamin. Round 670. Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 2 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 1 vote for Mr. Alamin. Round 671. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
2 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 1 vote for Mr. Alamin. Round 672. Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley,
Candace?
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
2 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 673. Ms. Mashat. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat?
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 2 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 674. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace?
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 2 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 675. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace?
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Alamin. 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 2 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 676. Ms. Priestley.
Candace?
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
Four votes for Ms. Mashat, 2 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 677. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Alamin.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Ms. Candace Mashat?
2 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 678. Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Two votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 679. Ms. Mashat. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 2 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 680. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 2 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Excuse me.
Round 681. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Alamin. Okay. 4 for Ms. Mashat and 2 for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 682. Ms. Priestley.
Oh, Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Alamin. Not in. Ms. Lewis. Three for Ms. Mashat and 2 for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 683. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Machette. Mr. Earl Alamin, not in. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
3 for Ms. Machette, 2 for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 684, Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Machette. Mr. El Alamin is not in. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
3 for Ms. Machette, 2 for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 685, Ms. Machette. Mr. El Alamin is absent. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Machette.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
3 for Ms. Machette, 2 for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 686, Mr. El Alamin. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Machette. 4 for Ms. Machette, 2 for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 687, Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Machette. Mr. El Alamin. 4 for Ms. Machette, 2 for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 688, Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Machette. Mr. El Alamin. Ms. Lewis. 4 for Ms. Machette, 2 for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 689, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Machette. Mr. El Alamin. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
4 for Ms. Machette, 2 for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 690, Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Machette. Mr. El Alamin. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
4 for Ms. Machette, 2 for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 691, Ms. Machette. Mr. El Alamin. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
4 for Ms. Machette, 2 for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 692, Mr. El Alamin. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Miss Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Miss Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Miss Machette. 4 for Miss Machette, 2 for Miss Winfrey Carter. Round 693. Miss Lewis. Miss Priestley.
Candace.
Miss Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Miss Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Miss Machette. Mr. El Alamin. 4 for Miss Machette, 2 for Miss Winfrey Carter. Round 694. Miss Priestley.
Candace.
Miss Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Miss Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Miss Machette. Mr. Al Alamin. Miss Lewis. 4 for Miss Machette, 2 for Miss Winfrey Carter. Round 695, Miss Priestley.
Candace.
Miss Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Miss Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Miss Machette. Mr. El Alamin. Miss Lewis. 4 for Miss Machette, 2 for Miss Winfrey Carter. Round 696. Miss Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Miss Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Miss Machette. Mr. El Alamin. Miss Lewis. Miss Priestley.
Candace.
4 for Miss Machette, 2 for Miss Winfrey Carter. Round 697. Miss Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Miss Machette. Mr. El Alamin. Miss Lewis. Miss Priestley.
Candace.
Miss Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
4 for Miss Machette, 2 for Miss Winfrey Carter. Round 698. Miss Machette. Mr. El Alamin. Miss Lewis. Miss Priestley.
Miss Candace Machette.
Miss Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Miss Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
4 for Miss Machette, 2 for Miss Winfrey Carter. Round 699. Mr. Al Alamin. Miss Lewis. Miss Priestley.
Candace.
Miss Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Miss Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Miss Machette. 4 for Miss Machette, 2 for Miss Winfrey Carter. Round 700. Miss Lewis. Miss Priestley.
Candace.
Miss Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Miss Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Miss Machette.
For the 700th time, Candace Machette.
Mr. El Alamin. 4 for Miss Machette, 2 for Miss Winfrey Carter. Round 701. Miss Priestley.
Candace.
Miss Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Miss Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Miss Machette. Miss Machette. Mr. El Alamin. Miss Lewis. 4 for Miss Machette, 2 for Miss Winfrey Carter. Round 702, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Machette.
Candace Machette.
Mr. Al-Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Machette.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
4 for Ms. Machette, 2 for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 703. Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Machette.
Candace Machette.
Mr. Al-Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Machette.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
3 for Ms. Machette. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Okay, 3 for Ms. Machette, 2 for Ms. Winfrey Carter, and 1 for Mr. Al-Alamin. Round 704. Ms. Machette.
Candace Machette.
Mr. Al-Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Machette.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
4 for Ms. Machette, 2 for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Okay, round 705, Mr. Al-Alamin. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Machette.
Candace Machette.
4 for Ms. Machette, 2 for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 706.
Madam
Ms.
Clerk,
Yes.
I would like to put a motion on the floor to adjourn.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor to adjourn. Motion by Ms. Lewis, seconded by Mr. Al-Alamin. Okay. Candace. Ms. Machette?
Yes.
Mr. Al-Alamin? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
4 yes, 2 no. That motion failed. Okay. Back to round 706. Ms. Lewis,
Candace Machette.
Ms. Priestley,
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Machette,
Candace Machette.
Mr. Al-Alamin. Okay. 3 for Ms. Machette, 2 for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 1 for Dennis Pfeiffer. Round 707, Ms. Priestley,
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Machette,
Candace Machette.
Mr. Al-Alamin, Ms. Lewis.
Machette.
4 for Ms. Machette, 2 for Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Madam Clerk,
Yes.
I'd like to put a motion on the floor to have a discussion on our, to discuss our votes.
Okay. Is there a second?
Support.
Okay, so there's a motion by Ms. Lewis, seconded by Ms. Priestley, to have a discussion on voting. Can we start the clock? 5 minutes? Okay. Would anyone like to discuss?
We have to vote.
We have to vote.
Oh, vote, sorry. Okay. So, Mr. El-Amin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Machette?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 2 no. That motion failed.
Madam Clerk,
Yes.
thank you. I would like to announce that, in all fairness to administrative staff, I will be leaving this meeting. We do have our clerks here, and so I no longer want to hold them hostage for a meeting where we're not getting any progress, any business of the city conducted. And so I'm looking forward to restarting this effort, the next council meeting. And I just hope everyone have a great night. And again, I'm leaving not because I'm weary, but in respect for our officers that could be on the street, out of respect for the clerks that have been here all day. We're going to leave this meeting. Well, I'm going to leave. Thank you.
Madam Clerk,
Yes.
I'd like to put a motion on the floor to discuss our votes. I feel like since we've been here this long, the very least we could do is hear each other out about why we are voting the way that we are voting, why we think that, and perhaps we can persuade one another to support someone different.
Is there a second?
Sure. That's Judy.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor to discuss the voting. Ms. Machette, seconded by Ms. Priestley. Okay. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Machette?
Yes.
Mr. El-Amin? That motion failed by 4 yes, 2 no.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I'd like to put a motion on the floor to table the vote until city business is handled.
There's a motion on the floor to table the voting to handle city business. Is there a second?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the motion?
There's a motion on the floor to table this until we handle city business.
Support.
Okay. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Machette?
Yes.
Mr. El-Amin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Okay, the vote is 3 yes, 3 no. That motion failed.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
It seems that 3 of my colleagues have no desire to move past this phase so that we can handle city business. And then also, there seems that my colleagues have no desire to move forward so that we can at least explain our votes to possibly persuade one another to vote. And so I'm just trying to figure out how we can move around. So It's fine if we want to come up with excuses.
Has nothing to do with
You
issues.
can stay
You're
here
not
all
paying
night
point
and
of
continue to
order.
hold up city business
We
and
need to
be
have everyone here
puppeted
for that vote.
for whatever. And so you enjoy continuing holding up city business, enjoy continuing putting on a show when you have the opportunity to work. And I will see you all at the next meeting, and hopefully it will be productive. Thank you all for your time. I would like to note for the record my several attempts to be productive and to move on with city business and how that did not occur. It is clear that we are at an impasse, and in an effort to hear maybe another perspective, I was shot down, and now I shall take my leave. I believe my colleague said she was here to get the business done, but we made a motion several times to get the business done. Thank you.
Have everybody here to discuss that. That's a motion should be made, and we all here to discuss the votes in the open.
Madam Clerk.
No, I said when everybody here, ain't nobody talking to you. Don't you got some, look, Liddell gone, 'cause I'm really trying not to deal with you at all. Look, click, like, share, and subscribe.
This
Please
meeting
do, 'cause
is
we know
adjourned
you're
at
watching.
11:11
Click, like,
due to
share,
the
and
lack of a
subscribe.
quorum.
Okay? Because your failed
Because
show,
all she can
like the
talk
failed
about
pants you
is
got on.
Dr. Lewis, because she takes up space in her head. So she has no room for anything else but Dr. Lewis.
You get an iron and iron that shirt. How about that? That's what